So, welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 73. Woohoo! I check my records. Let's see. It is not quite Callum's anniversary yet. We're almost there.
Almost there.
We're almost there.
Anniversary, yeah.
I actually think we will be there. It's technically 2 weeks this Thursday is your anniversary, Callum. 2 weeks this Thursday.
The calendar.
The 5th.
Yes,
of
you're
November.
right. That's correct.
Yeah. Madness. So, anyway, Ryan, the GM of this wonderful game. Here are the players.
I'm Alex. I'm
Hi.
a player. Hello. And I play Weird, the android, Spanner Boy.
Spanner Boy. Hi, I'm Nico. I'm playing Zora. The lizard man. No, that's a lie, because there is lizard men and they're shite. Best cat.
Hello, I am Woke Dracula, also known as Colin, and I will be playing Lyco Quint, Space Cop, Coast to Coast, Dead Boy Extraordinaire. Good day.
Hi. I'm Callum. And I'll be playing the Rat Boy. Zig.
Yep. Is that it? Yeah? Is that what we're getting?
That's all you're getting.
Okay. So, I guess it's the
I was
19th
actually
of
trying not to
October.
sneeze, and I was like, that's fine. It's too late.
I was gonna claim gimmick infringement on the weird pauses, but you know what? That was good. That was good shit.
So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Callum. I'll be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun. The lovable, huggable, woggable, ziggable Zig.
Excuse me.
It could have been worse. It could have said chuggable. So, here we are.
Wow. Wow.
So,
Wow. Wow, you wow.
wow, wee wow wow. Anyway.
Not the
Okay, Jack.
not Lanteral yet.
Oof.
Oof.
Oh, I think that's quaffable.
You can actually have queen, you know.
Oh dear. A draft of the Queen. Anyway, 19th of October 2020, because apparently I missed the date out from my own intro, so here we are.
I want.
Draw on tap. I don't know if I like that. So, what do you remember from last time?
A whole lot of talk and not a lot of action.
It's true, actually. I think, for the most part, sides breaking and
The habit.
Zora, like, almost having a nervous breakdown at the same time as a GM.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just mostly planning it. We're just discussing what we're going to do next. And I think we just went to the consensus that we're sending the Azure Flare to Akaton, is that right? And then final hour in the Kivalari's going to go to Mercy's, see
Pretty
Mr.
much.
Babby.
So I'm going to just
Mr.
pause you
Floppy.
there, and then I'm going to just inform you all of what happened on the Wednesday game, where I had another moment in the Wednesday game, so I don't know if it's just the lockdown starting to, like, the cracks are now showing very visibly, you know? There's a moment in the Wednesday game, I don't know if you remember it, Colin, but
I remember nothing.
two players are talking to each other, and then there's a pause, and I interject with, he nods his head and goes to say something, as if I was mid-RP. But I wasn't. And it's like a really weird moment. Do you not remember that? Yeah, it's like at the campfire with a boat, and normally, obviously, I was like playing was it Lord Belem, Cantor Belem, and also hello Scott in the chat.
Hi,
Welcome.
Scott.
Hello, space boy.
So good. But yeah, I just had this weird moment where I think I was mid-conversation with myself in my head, so I just reply as this guy who wasn't in the chat. I think it was like, as I said, it might have been between a dare, a flea bite, and Vanger, and then I reply, and I'm like, wait, I'm not in this conversation. What? It's a very weird moment. So yeah, I think that's just me starting to crack up now. And then I also had the really horrible idea of running a game on a Saturday. I'm like, don't do it, Ryan. Even if it's earlier during the day, just don't do it. Just deal with your 3 games you have. Just be happy. So, if anybody's looking for a game on Saturdays, let me know. Anyway, continuing the thoughts. I don't think that's true, Nico. I actually think you were sending all of the ships to Akaton.
Oh yeah, we were sending all the ships to.
Oh, yeah, it's an
Akaton, and
escort.
then we
Yeah,
were
no,
going to fall
you're correct.
back. You're correct. Yes. Yeah.
I did make the point of that actually, and then
Yeah.
forgot that I'd made that point. So
I forgot that
so
point.
there.
I forgot that point.
Indeed.
I may not know that I said it, but I have reason to believe that I did.
Well, good. It was said.
Yeah, I think the plan
was-
was to go to Akaton and phone up the black, see if he would be willing to meet us
Aye.
there instead.
Just ring him up. Ring him up in the Babac phone.
Mhm. Yep.
Hello, Mr.
Maybe
Babac. Would you mind? I don't know why I've turned into independent channels.
Moan to Akaton, pal. Moan
Would you
Wondering Nagath.
would you like to come to Hackathon? It's a nice place and
Go on empty.
stand. We've got an empty.
Hey, Commander Babak, we've got an empty. So if you could bring Rune Akiri, that'd be great. We've got the takeaway on the way.
Smashing.
Aye. Mad.
A 4-litre carton of parents. That's a thing that you can
No,
get.
I was about to say it's frosted Jack.
I was not really a cider drinker at that
So
age.
before we commit too heavily into actually like product placement here, other Poor Life choices are available. Anyway, carry on, Colin.
Yes.
You know what? I'm not even going to make the joke. I have risen above.
Well, you would be a
My
Poor Life
own
choice. Was that the joke or?
I'm. You know what? I'm not even going to go into it.
Good.
I was gonna
Yeah,
make a
that's
joke
fine, yeah.
that I judged was probably a little too risky for our audience of
Okay.
Scott.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
Yeah. Well, is at least Scott. So
At least, and indeed at most.
Mhm. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No. So, yeah, getting the 3 ships to Akaton, and then perhaps. Well, he's gonna phone him before you like sending him a message through the relays before you jumped. I think
I
that
feel like that was something suggested by Chakos or someone.
probably Shakos or Isabel,
Chakos,
right?
Because it sounds like a Chakos idea.
Yeah, like I think Isabel actually at the very end, near the end anyway, said, "Why don't we get everything ready to hit the jump button and then send the message so that while we're in drift, they can make their whatever they need to do."
This is maybe paranoid me,
Mm.
but like maybe not give people forewarning that we're going to a place just in case we jump into like a fleet.
That is fair. Forewarned is forearmed.
But that's you assuming Babak's
Norm.
shady, right?
But we're still kind of on the fence. I mean, I think we semi came.
Well, the best thing, right? This leads us
right.
right up until the very last thing that was said was, right, so who do we think is responsible? And then we did our cliffhanger.
That's true.
Yeah, it
Good
is.
end of that. It was
Mhm.
me. It was my fault.
Yep.
I asked that.
And then I obviously based purely on the fact that we'd ran over time quite a bit. It's like, that's a good place to end, you know? So, yeah. So, any questions, Alex?
Yes.
Okay, specific to this game?
No.
Okay,
No.
perfect. So, do you want to just give me 5 engineering rolls and a computers roll for the hell of it?
If I can find my sheet, yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
Find
I should
my
open this
sheet,
as well.
It's just wherever you left it, buddy.
it's a good start.
I've seen worse. Yep. Show off.
There you go.
Work on that computers though, mate.
So,
More open goal.
so I think what you can safely guarantee from that is that the Azure Flare is fine.
Yep.
Good news.
Mhm.
Mission accomplished.
The ship is very, very working.
Mhm. All
the
the
computer less so.
Well, I mean, the computer is fine. That was just mostly the run the system diagnostic at the end and make sure everything says it's fine and you believe it, you know?
Oh, and that relatively low score is him assuming that it's all fine and walking off.
Yeah, but like, realistically, right, the difficulty on something like that would be like 20 or 25, right? So
Yeah.
you can, I'll give it out up front, you're pretty damn confident that it's peak condition. Obviously, Isabel wasn't so confident with the Kiva Larry. Well, the drift specifically. She had no, like, Alice did the shields and I think life support, and then Weird did the engines and the rerouting of all the power conduits. So Kiva Larry is pretty much, except I think it's just the, what do you call it? Drift engine's iffy, according to Isabel, because it's, again, not actually her job. And the rocket launchers don't work, but I think everything else is fine on the Kiva Larry, from what I remember, except the burnt parts of the bridge. Lyco did very well fixing up a temporary chair for the captain.
It's gonna be like
Yeah,
one of
for
those lands
Lyco.
where he gets so used to the chair though it's no temporary anymore.
Mm.
It's like an old couch, right? It's like an old couch, like he's just gotta fall in love with it and it's never gonna go.
So, anything else, guys, that I missed from last session? I think that's.
I think that's basically I can't really remember too
Yeah,
much else.
I think that's about.
Yeah, we're good.
So, based on that, I think we'll have Weird just somehow magically be back on the Kiva Larry, because why the fuck not?
Yeah.
We'll just assume someone shuttled back to get him and brought him over. And you can all be in the bridge for that conversation, right? Just so that question can be asked, and then everybody's in the same place. So let's bring up that map again. My favourite thing is that my browser, the one I'm using, didn't load it as quickly as the stream browser. Do you want to move yourself down for me, Alex? There's a nice 4 squares. There you go, perfect. A nice wee place for you. Yup.
Yeah. Perfectly placed.
Yup.
Imagine you fit in the room like that scene in Enemy, for anyone who has seen that film.
This is a reference I do not understand.
Also,
Just look that up.
Sames.
It's a good film, and everyone should watch it.
So, you walk into Lyco basically saying, do you want to take it away, Lyco, in fact?
I mean, yeah, I'd sort of ended in a question, so do you want me just to sort of...
Just rephrase it, yeah. Just redo the question.
Okay.
Not rephrase, but just
So,
replay.
can't remember the whole preamble, but, you know, I did a bit of spiel first. And I ended on a sort of note of, you know, so before we go any further, I just wanted to ask, who do we think's responsible for messers around all of this?
Zora would sigh and probably say I'm still thinking it's probably Dimmelgish. But for probably Dimmelgish.
We did some of the shooting. Probably one of the best.
Shakos just kind of like rocks back and forth on the captain's chair a little bit. You can hear the duct tape creak a bit. And she just says, I hate to say it, but the Vesk's looking a bit too neat for me. And I hate to say that.
I think.
Very specifically not looking at the fact that the captain's like behind her over her
Yeah.
shoulder in the camera shot, you know?
Probably scowling at this point.
Does feel a little convenient. Agreed.
I love how that's so insulting, right, to like Zora, while saying she doesn't think it's actually the Vesk. It's such a wow. That's a skill she's got, isn't it?
It's alright.
Real
Pact World
people
underestimated all the time. It's fine.
Little fake little friend.
Zora in a hood.
Yeah. So Zig.
I mean, I kind of agree that it does seem a bit convenient that it blatantly points Veskward. But also got nothing. And then he kind of like shrugs and looks around the room.
Or we see it as blatant because it's from our point of view.
I think
Other
Isabel
people-
just cuts you off there and says, "Which hour?"
Well,
Us or the Vesk?
us.
She just like nods, like, "Okay, just checking," you know.
Of course, most people would think this is too neat and tidy for a Vesk.
It all adds up, the Vesk, and yet it doesn't feel right. It stinks, and I don't.
Isabel just says very clearly, "Why was the captain's notes in Vesk?" Like just to the room.
Yeah, I've been trying to work that one out myself, and there is no reason for him to do that.
God.
Even if he were reporting to the Vesk, even if he were a double agent, it doesn't look like he is, as far as I can tell. Why would it be? That would be a dead giveaway. It'd be idiotic.
And she just looks at you like directly, like, and goes, "It was literally a dead giveaway. He died. We walked on and took it. We found it out." Like,
Yeah.
you can see this, like, she's annoyed by this, right? Like, that. None of it sits well with Isabel is very obvious to see, right?
Okay, for alert. Do you have an idea?
Just raises an eyebrow, through her transparent faceplate.
We all are kind of hedging our bets. I know I've done it. I know Shakos, Cap. We're all saying, Zig, it's too neat. It's too this. It's too that. Agreed. It is. And yet, someone has to have done it. So we talk about the Vesk, and I think that's a mistake.
There's
Right.
at least two factions within it. Yes, you're correct. At least two, excluding dear Captain over here.
And let's not forget that any I suppose empire is the word, is too vast just to be easily divided into two groups, right? Any group of people that big is gonna have 100 subgroups. It might be 99% in alignment and 99% of things. It might just be personality differences. It might be slight, but there's always going to be someone who is that little bit more aggressive or that little bit more protectionist or whatever.
I think
There's always gonna
she
be
starts
someone-
like laughing to herself, and she says, looks over at Zora as she's like looking up. "Do you want to tell him, or should I?" "Likely you're thinking too much like a human would. The Vesk are a bit more single-minded than that." not to insult, and she puts like a hand up, you know, a peace offering type hand towards Zora.
Sure, I'm just joking. I
Hey, she's used to it, right? Mhm.
Okay, I take your point. Difficult for me not to think in extremely human terms,
She
but
nods, and she's like, I get your point though. This might be another faction we're unaware of, quite frankly. Perhaps not even the Vesk at all. How do we know this isn't Tech Talanis? She just shrugs vaguely to the room, like, why not just throw that name in the hat too, you know?
because he has a readily available excuse for using more traditional Eoxian methods. The corpse fleets, right? If a ship is attacked and there's evidence of undead activity,
Just,
that's a
but
pretty
keep in
easy way to write
mind,
off.
Tech Talanis doesn't run. He has no direct control over the corpse fleet
Doesn't
specifically.
need to.
It's a good alibi, though.
He just needs to be able to convince other people they were in the area.
However, that does raise a very good point. If he does end up reuniting, or like uniting, I guess is a better one, uniting the corpse fleet, Bone Sages with the Vesk, that's... She just kind of shrugs. Is Unholy Alliance too dramatic?
Not the phrasing I would use, but it would certainly tip the balance of power firmly in their favor.
Just on a low standpoint, the Dread Fleet, the Corpse Fleet, Dread Fleet.
Close
I say
enough.
Dread Fleet. They not leave Eox because the Oxians were making an alliance with the Pact Worlds to go against
Yep.
the Vesk, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well done, yep.
Like,
100%, yep.
would they ever join in hands with the Vesk then?
Is Zora saying all this, then?
I guess I would say this out loud. Yeah,
Okay.
that part I would say out
Yeah.
loud. The other no
I
question.
thought then Elsie will be like, well, think of it this way. Obviously, we don't necessarily think the Tech Talanis Demogesh romance is going to last forever, do we? She just looks at, like, between, like, Zora and Lyko, her two representatives of this chess game.
No.
And he goes, so, we know that Demogesh, she looks at you, Zora, is probably got something planned, right? And it's try and convince Tech Talanis to waste his people on Daily Brain. And who's to say, and she looks back at you, Lyko, who's to say Tech Talanis hasn't promised the Corpse Fleet something to do with the Vesk, right? Weaken them, get rid of them, attack them. She just shrugs. I don't know what the move is, but it's a good point, right? Like, it's a good time to make a move. Yeah. I'm not saying I know what the move is, but it's
That's
an
the
opportunity.
problem. There's ways to look at this, a weapon like this, an incident like this. There's ways to look at it where it supports any point of view. Anyone could benefit from this, whether it's just by gaining access to the weapon through engineering an incident to bring it into their own hands, whether it's simply by creating a pretense for war, whatever. Everyone benefit from this, aside from the people who are stuck in the way.
She just shrugs a bit to herself and puts like a hand on the bottom of the helmet plate. She's resting right there. And Chakos, I think, just says, "Fuck this." Just in the chair. To the room.
Smile at her. Yeah.
Nodding.
So what we're saying is we don't actually have any ideas who did this, actually, at all.
I think it might as well say it all in character. I think maybe those Vesk weren't who they said they were, but there were certainly Vesk here. The idea that they just happened to be passing through and took the infected to it. It doesn't sit right. That's too. Granted, things like this do happen, and one of the reasons things like this do happen is in the off chance that they catch a vehicle. I wouldn't say a vehicle, a ship, which is engaged in espionage. Right? It's a good.
Just like a vehicle isn't the worst word you could have used, FYI.
Yeah, I mean,
It's-
ships are like probably
Yeah.
so normal these days.
Yeah, it's basically it's the same as Star Wars, right? Like a hyperdrive's like a car engine in Star Wars. So
Yeah.
I
I
think Shakos like jumps on that idea that you said, and she like starts like clicking her fingers. She's like, the crew, if they're still alive, will have been taken somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the closest place to here, unless we've drifted, is Triaxis. She kind of like looks for confirmation.
probably.
'Cause-
someone do a scan check.
It's like, you know from the coordinates, like you're right in between Eox and Traxxas, so this when they say place, nobody ever talks about Eox as a place. So she's like, what if we... She kind of like thinks to her, goes, we could check out Triaxis to see if they made it there, because having a whole bunch of steward crew rescued by Vesk would be documented somewhere, right? She just looks at you, Lyko, with like narrowed eyes.
It should be.
Where else would they take them? She's a bit in deep thought of like, if we can find them out, or if we don't find them, that tells her something. What that something is, you've no idea. But
Larger Vesk ship would be one option, but
technically, a
Okay.
larger Vesk ship's where the captain was invited to.
sure.
hmm
Um,
Over Triaxis, funnily enough.
I see your point. We should try and find out where and if crew have been delivered somewhere. You know, if they've been left on Triaxis in some sort of medical facility, that would tell us a great deal because it would suggest at least some degree of legitimacy the part of Vesk crew.
She just looks and goes, Lyko, they're stewards. They were on... She kind of like screws up her face. This wasn't exactly a public mission. So if they went missing, she kind of shrugs. Nobody official is gonna care, right? But if they show up, that as good as clears the Vesk, right?
As good as clear as those Vesk. I would agree.
Yeah, and she like nods at that. I think while that conversation's happening, Isabel just shoots you a look, Zora, while that exchange is going on. And then Zora unmutes herself.
What kind of look? Like what look?
Bounce chicka wow wow!
What, the closet look?
The look she gave Zig last session, yeah. hmm
Oh, I wish I had the music.
yeah, I was gonna say,
God
yeah.
damn it.
we need that soundboard set up all times, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I get Twitch integration for that, you know? They just let them set the mood music, and you have to actually RP based on the tempo. No, never mind. So anyway, it'd be horrible. But yes, but if we made it donation based, it would be paid for it. So, you know, maybe worth it. But yeah, so like Isabel just like sends a look your way, Zora, and it's mostly just the look of. I mean, do you want to do a sense motive, and we'll see how much Zora picks up on what Isabel's sending your way.
Not really, but okay.
Do it.
Do it. Where is it? It is. It's,
What do you think the look means?
he doesn't think anything, so he's probably just like looking at her like, what?
Mhm.
Like what? Hands up in the air, like what? Have I got something on my nose? Like,
Do you actually vocalize anything like that? Like would
no,
then come in at the end of their conversation, or
I would just be like, hands up, you know, like the what? And I'd
yeah,
just be
that kind of like
rubbing
miming.
my nose or something. Like,
Mhm. She rolls her eyes. I've said that we all hear the scream, and there you go. And then she just like shakes her head slowly and looks away at that. And Zora like checks his teeth and shit, you know. But yeah, a bit weird and Zig. What's happening? Weird.
Good question.
I thought so. That's why I opposed it.
I think a lot of looking back and forward between the captain and Lyko. I don't think it's been. I feel like a lot of conversation and whatnot has been happening over the last day in game. That Weird has kind of been busy working away on other stuff. So he's probably.
It's really a good point to actually get him caught up then.
Yeah, he's probably not as up to date on everything. Like he's provided some technical advice on everything in the medical lab.
Yeah.
And whatnot, but he's not particularly been the motives of people at play here hasn't been particularly explained to him. So then it'd be a
Yeah, you were out getting the dominoes from the front door while they were all finishing the Cluedo game. Yeah.
yes. Yeah. So the pieces on the board.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But
Like-
why people would do it.
Like, I know the name of all these pieces, but they weren't where they were before I
Yes.
had pizza. So,
I wish I had pizza.
I'm sorry. Oh. You will be. Hey, don't. I have a very good Palpatine outfit, apparently.
Okay.
Like,
I should just hop machines, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
see, look. It's alright.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
It's very comfy thing. Cloak, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Your faith in your friends is yours. Oh my.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it is difficult because I'm really not sure what I think in our character.
yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same.
I'm not convinced I want to risk going to Triaxis at the moment. Partly because I feel like we're definitely going to get caught up in other bullshit as soon as we do, and that's going to delay like completing our current goals, which is going to delay the other goal. You know.
100% agree. As everything, not just the GM.
Yeah. Traxxas is another kettle of dragons, I guess.
Another pot of gold. Yep.
I mean, the way I'm seeing it is like what we've basically said. All the players, all the suspects, I guess. We've got like Demigesh, Mav, Barbak, and Pectolanis. Like that's what 4 main suspects.
Sure.
Like Demigesh, we've already spoken about this about a million times. Like
Tell you what,
reasons for him to do this.
let's have let's go back to the wonderful sketch page, right? So let me just
Yay.
drag us all onto that. If I just move the camera. So like on this page we got where stuff is, right? Primarily is what this page is for. Would it help if we had the motives page where you put your suspects up and put what points to them underneath it? Would that help visualizing it? Do you think?
I mean, it'd be a good bullet points at least.
Right, so what I'll
back
do
on.
is I'll move the stuff at the bottom away and we'll do it underneath it, right? So if I zoom this out.
Lyko leaves the
Could
room
you get a
behind the
map
red
of a
pen.
detective notepad and
Do I have a notepad PNG? So we'll have a right, and you can all do the text tools as well, guys. So feel free to jump in. So let's
just start fucking typing. Just let right.
I'm going to put in a. So just want it to be weapon suspects as opposed to the Kivallari suspects, or is Kivallari suspects like vague enough for you?
I think Kivallari suspects.
Yeah.
Is vague enough.
Yeah.
Okay, let's pop this up to like. Maybe that's too big. And let's put it in red. So. Right, so under here, let's put the suspects in. So, who's first?
Demagesh. Got a wee bit of Demagesh.
Okay.
Oh, that's so tiny.
That's
and I
fine,
made
I'll
it
fix
tiny.
it, don't worry. I'll fix it, right? So just you type them, I'll fix them. So we'll pop Demogesh in, and I'll make it, I'll just set it to 22,
Well, we'll come
26, 26, 32. 32 will do. So we've got Demogesh.
Up
Right.
to that. Right, we've got right, Matva. I don't know how to spell Matva. But
Just literally M-A-T-V-A.
right, cool, no apostrophes around.
Probably not, I don't remember. It's been too long since I've seen her name. Right, cool. So I'll pop her in, right?
Right, we've got Matva, we've got the back. There's a bit of care, I see.
I'm going to redo Demogesh because the very fact that it's a massive box bugs me.
Oh, yeah, because I let in her a couple of times. I was going to start writing under it.
Oh.
Right.
Go. New Demogesh, let's pop him over. Right. You can add as well, guys, remember? Feel free to put in your suspect list.
Back and who's Tech? I don't. Tech Talanis, how do you even spell this? Tech.
It's at the top of the page.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Tech.
Who put aliens?
Seriously.
Or like
I did, but no, it's Grease.
okay.
Wait,
Well,
it's Grey without A, is it?
it is Grays with an A, yeah.
Oh. What the?
Oh my goodness. Gracias.
It's because you put enter in it. Yeah, there we go.
I guess.
Who else we got? Is that it? Is that the list?
I don't think it is. Because there are other people we've not really focused on, but we should mention. Proximity excuse by tiredness.
So will we add in a who we
Kamani.
adding? Okay, I'll put in him.
I would think Kamani has. We're near Triaxis. He may be involved in goings on here. In fact, he's definitely involved in goings on here.
And then
Edgar.
Edgar. Right, I'll pop him in.
Or Sugar War.
Sugar water. There we go. If you're wondering why I move it around a lot, it's because eventually it'll stick to the top corner of the square. Sometimes it sits in the middle of it for a bit, so you just sugar it. So, right. Okay. So, what points us? So let's put this stuff in like orange or some or cyan or some shit, right? Like, why Demogesh? What is the most prominent thing that points you towards Demogesh?
His presence and Vesk involvement.
So
presence, Vesk involvement.
His wish to weaken the Pact Worlds.
Showing up. Right, so again, guys, let's just chuck this up in cyan next to his name, right? So type in everything else you think's relevant. Go for it. And you may as well just throw this in for everybody, right? So we'll get to Mogesh. He showed up. What else?
Showing up.
I'll zoom in on that for the folks at home.
Where the fuck? God, fuck. He will let me place a text box.
know if that's oops.
It's okay, it can be moved.
Okay.
I don't know if that would be the way.
Ribbons.
This is meant like a motive as well.
Mhm.
Like,
It's
I
fine.
mean, motive could be.
Anything that gives you an idea of like why somebody would do it.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yes, agreed.
Who put Zig in the bottom corner?
Zig? Probably Zig.
Like that's fair, right? That's valid.
No.
I may have
Zig
taken him up as a
slash
suspect.
Zig.
Good. If you think so, yeah, pop him up. There we go. I'll sugar him a bit so he goes up to the corner.
Zig
Should-
probably accidentally, but
There's only so many times accidents can happen before it just becomes Zig's character. Okay.
So what else makes us suspect the Mogesh? Obviously, he's here. There's a very presence, and connected to the incident. He obviously, he obviously has incentive to maybe want to push people to think the Obsidian
So
Star.
sorry. Where's this one going? Sorry, where's the test weapons
And
going?
it's for Dinagesh. That's for
Okay.
Dinagesh.
Let's make that.
Right,
Let's
right.
just chuck that as orange as well. Then we're bent.
Obviously, check Talanis.
Or what I'm going to do is I'm just going to shuffle everybody else down then, since Demogesh is a popular boy. So there we go.
Oops, this is.
Should we put MO and Aspis on the list?
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I thought about them, but then I thought Zig was more likely.
Wow. I see.
I think I'll just have to stretch this page a bit then. Right, where are we? We're height 25. Let's make it height 30. Webam. And then I have to now go stretch my wonderful starfield. Webam. Right, we might be having to get you guys to change all that to like 26 scale numbers so that it maybe all actually fits on.
That's a
Okay, so there we go. So
Deface the
I mean,
Face.
like, I don't know. I'm terrible with it.
I will deface you.
Deface.
Desecrate still.
Desecrate. Because that's even better. I'll use that one. Desecrate.
Oh my. Oh my. So
yeah, I need to go smaller that one because dear God, it's an essay. Let's chuck that down to.
so
That's more 2 points.
Who put ACAB?
I know
That
who put ACAP. Yeah.
How do you guess?
Was it? Is it the anarchist? I wonder.
Am I an anarchist? Am I a tax collector? Who knows?
I mean, you can be two things.
Only my
It can be
therapist.
both.
Yeah.
Sounds like a French novel, actually. Anarchist tax collector.
I am nothing if not a postmodern masterpiece.
So Babak actually for motive.
Did somebody just put
That's a
MO?
good one.
MO. No,
Yeah?
not MO. Just MO.
No. If it's
Mo
Mo
has
Aspis,
Mo.
no problems.
Mo's MO.
Yeah.
Mo. So-
we never used that. We never used that. Zig, why didn't you suggest that back when she was in the plot?
Before we
An
dropped the
idiot.
cafe on her.
Yeah.
So
I mean, now you know what at least works, right? In terms of slowing her down, if nothing else, right? Drop a cafe on her.
I feel like that works for most figures.
Yeah, right.
SENTE? SENCE?
What we're talking? What? Sure. What?
What's he on about?
I'm spelling. Who cares?
Okay.
ES. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Vice President.
Okay.
I'm putting that on. I'm putting that on Demigish.
I'm just gonna fix this MO nonsense because it bugs me.
I'm sorry, Ryan.
I don't know if you are. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You're aware, I think, is it?
I see your pain.
It's a beautiful thing.
Pain has a face.
And that face was Ryan.
And it was a ladder.
Right, so there we go.
Salt about cafe. Salt about cafe.
Do you remember her last name at all? Or
Naracus.
there you go. See?
Someone does.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Emma
I
O.
thought it was
Naracus. No, Emma O is her full like that's her first name. Emma hyphen O.
Yeah.
M-O.
I thought she was like the Pope or Angel, just one name.
Emma O. Naracus.
No, that's the two names.
Emma O.
Yeah, like when they become Pope, they take on a sort of papal name. Like you never heard of, you don't have. You
I don't.
Like,
So I'm just going to push that there. I don't think Emma O is the Pope in this world.
No,
I'm
probably not.
just going to say that
check.
there.
She might think she is.
Angel only had one name, Liam,
And
because
that
they
was the
never
Pope.
revealed his surname.
Right, what else has happened in this pile of things? I don't know if bad is a good enough reason. Like
Yes, it is, Ryan. You could read, weird arrangement.
why is oil on this? What
Other,
is Babak George W. Bush? Is that what this has become?
I have no idea, Ryan. I don't know who typed this.
This is
This
how.
is the new characterization that I want of him.
What? Just
Please, can you do that voice?
so senior or junior? Like
Junior.
no.
It's
So
a more recognizable voice.
My fellow American.
yeah, but I can soundbite the Simpsons episode with senior though. So
I'm
When
proud to be American.
when he just see, I can't do that. I'm actually really shit with accents. So
I can't do Bush. I can't do Bush.
Choo.
me neither, Colin. Me neither.
I couldn't do it. But I would like to point all of your gazes on YouTube to
Oofed.
Choo I'm a Railroad.
We can leave
He's
my
got
gazes
time.
alone.
I don't think there's any president I can do a decent impersonation of. Which is a shame, really.
Anyone can do a
There we
Trump.
go.
It's just stopping every second word.
Mm.
And
No,
sounding
he
painfully
has a
made.
lot of weird text.
My hands are too big to be
Bits where
Trump.
he talks almost like he's talking through his teeth.
But that's because he had a
Um,
stroke and hasn't admitted it.
He's got very weird. He drops s's from plurals sometimes.
And let's not get started on China.
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 Yeah, no, it's he's
China.
so weird.
China.
He's just such an incredibly odd guy.
But speaking of incredibly odd people, right. So
At least these people aren't cartoonishly evil.
correct. They're actually well developed. Thank you.
Yes.
As I compliment myself through you.
Especially the Grace.
So, yeah. I mean, the Greys would have sorted COVID out in no time, to be fair. They just had put everybody to sleep, so.
Replaced it with a bigger problem.
Like, the conspiracy. Oh, wait.
To be fair, America tried that approach. Just
Mhm.
their solution was racial war.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
an improvement.
But back into that kind of fantasy escapism nonsense we tried for.
Yes, please.
So, let's get rid of all the nonsense things, please,
What?
that are on here.
Ryan.
So I mean, this is meant to be some kind of idealized version of who should realistically be to blame, not why is America shit. So
I thought this
Let's-
was a mood board for the paranoid.
Listen.
I told you I was willing to do, our Cry Wolf conspiracy podcast for that very thing.
I
Oh,
am
man.
100% riding with Biden. I'm gonna.
What you do in your own time with Biden is between you and him.
He's a bit old.
So,
No.
but anyway,
I-
this game.
Fuck 'em all,
This
it's within your
game.
age range.
So I'm still looking at ACAB. I'm still looking at tags, which
Tags is
seems
not
valid.
Serious.
That's
That's
not real.
not
Dog tags,
okay.
dog tags.
I can maybe rephrase this not to have false flag question mark in it.
There are 5 question
There are a
marks.
few more question
Like-
marks than that.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I felt like Patrick Stewart for a second there. There are 5 question marks! But anyway,
You want me to edit it?
Just double-click
Literally
it.
will not. I know.
with the
And yet,
select tool.
every time I try and select the text, it will not let me. There we go.
What is the effect of drift fuel on steel beams?
Why? Why is this the game? So anyway,
This is not how the Vescas ran.
nope.
Viscarium, sorry. See, that can't even speak.
So,
Is missing
It's
sister
functional.
acceptable? No.
right, so what do we have? Right, let's look at the Mogesh. We've got, he's shown up, right? Which I already hate that one.
He was present.
Shown up. I don't know. I mean, is that not like
I'm
something
just-
else entirely? He got shown up. So like,
Oh, he
like, that
showed
means,
up.
like,
You know.
There we go.
appeared there, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
Turned
Showing
up.
up is something completely different to me.
Right.
It's like,
So he appeared. We've got the Vesk presence on the Kivalaria, I take it?
yeah,
Right. We've got,
that's also a David Matva as well. That could be like a double, like,
got
evidence.
I
evidence.
wore vests at the scene of the crime.
Yes.
Yep. so test new weapon possibly developed
This is
with
a
Ticket
new
Boy.
technique we call le profile racial.
Yeah.
If you say it like that, it's less bad.
If we make it an algorithm,
Yes.
then it's
Yeah.
Are we going to use Excel for the database though? Is that what we're going to do, or
Well,
we?
ideally we'll use the old format of Excel.
Anyway, back in this game, right? So, talk me through the rest of this, right? So we know he showed up. We had
Cesar Lombroso. Is that a reason?
right. So we've got the Mogesh appeared, the Vesk presence in general, and he is like the Pact World's a Vesk man.
Theoretically, he's in charge of Veskitude. Yes.
he turned up for what?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
We've got testing a new weapon, possibly with Tectalanis. Yep. Demerit the Obsidian Star and Stewards. I don't know what that means.
It's
Like,
more of a motive. It's more like, I mean, if this was to get put into public, and like it went away.
I think he
Up
means
that Mogesh.
discredit.
This
Yeah.
credit is exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
right? Okay. No,
Obsidian
I felt like
Star
the merit
and
was like
I
It's
thought,
Merit
more-
was good.
it would be more damaging to the Obsidian Star to have visibly breached pact. They're sort of pact with the pact,
Mhm.
as it were.
Yeah.
Than it would be the stewards, but maybe it's a problem certainly for the stewards. It's a mess for them. So at the very least, it would be, a different.
yeah, like as well, Lyco, that from the steward point of view, like they do not really want to be caught
No.
spying. Yeah, that's bad.
yeah, it's not ideal for them. Everyone knows they do it, and everyone
Mhm.
wants them to do it, but they don't want to be seen to be doing it.
Yeah, don't put it in my
Which
face.
is actually very real world. Like that's
Yeah,
that's
KGB-ish.
Mhm.
Um,
That was mostly Stewart as well. Was
Fucking
mostly like to do with the point that I made the last session, where like it could well have been the Mogesh or Matfat or whatever that put the dog tags there.
or both of them simultaneously.
Just together, you know.
They could have independently but simultaneously hatched this plot. Like that is not utterly outside the bounds of possibility.
What's this? Is a Zig plot? Like, oh dear.
Yes.
Leave
We
Zig
haven't,
alone.
we haven't ruled that out.
I've
He's
ruled
still
it
one
out in
from
my mind,
suspect.
so
Yeah,
that's all
Okay.
that matters.
Well,
Right. Well, let's continue our list then. Right. So discredit the Obsidian Star and Stewards. That does make sense, right? Yeah. That would give him what would it do for him though, right? Because obviously it doesn't mean that people would love the Vesk if he discredited them, right?
Get rid of 2 opponents and it would sort of make the life harder for 2Es. Probably people that are making his life hard at the moment.
Who would
It would probably force the Pack Roads to do something about the Obsidian Star, and the Vesk would be forced to either accept that or act and make war, which seems to be something he's quite happy with.
So let's have a theoretical conversation here about,
because this has all been so grounded in
Yeah.
solid facts thus far.
yeah. But what I mean is like theory crafting, right? Who, if the stewards were like shut down, who'd take over? Right?
Probably
The Usos.
probably maybe the Vesk that are doing the security job, or the quote unquote
Right.
security
Yeah.
job right now.
So if though, right?
Why
If
don't we send a sample of the bioweapon to the Vesk and they can confirm if it's there?
Oh, no, 'cause
We
Eve-
should send a sample to the Vesk from the stewards and a sample to the stewards from the Vesk and see who's the most surprised.
I mean that's almost an actual sensible thing, but I thought you meant actually
almost sensible.
like it's almost. It wasn't quite, but it's almost good. Yeah.
And then we will send one to the Bone Sages from
The Boge.
Acatonian Junkers.
Yep. Just for
Yeah.
the shits and giggles, yeah.
Just to start
But, like-
Okay,
between
let's
Eox and Agathon.
But like, let's.
yeah,
put-
let's go nuclear with it. Like
oh my
You,
God.
you would say that, yeah.
who, like if everyone has it,
Said
Oh.
the guy last session. It was like, what if we just irradiate the sample?
Well, I didn't say that, but I think I'm using the like that. I wouldn't be doing the irradiation.
Yeah, yeah. You're just like proximate, right? You're adjacent,
I would-
radiation adjacent. Anyway, so as I was saying, discrediting the Obsidian Star and Stewards means the Vesk wouldn't be in good standing if the Stewards were like knocked down a peg, because the Obsidian Star will also, aka to the greater Pack Worlds, the Vesk. Because obviously, think about the masses of the Pack Worlds. They're not going to be like, oh, the Obsidian Star was like a small part of the Vesk. They're going to
Yes,
see
that's
Vesk
right.
as a problem, right?
I
So
want to be invaded by the Russian army, but not the KGB.
yeah, right. Like according
Yeah.
to like they're going to be generalized annoyingly, right? So the Vesk will be seen as bad. People aren't specifically comfortable with the level of Vesk at the moment, anyway. Which is why they've been smart enough to stay close to Versus and close to the Stewards for legitimization, and people will see that as well. The Stewards have got an eye on them, so we're fine until they don't. But obviously, then they moved all the way over to Triaxis. So that's because most of the fleet's at Triaxis, as I mentioned. They don't really seem to be doing much sailing around the Pack World saving people, do they? Except these Vesk that apparently did. Right?
On the other hand, this did come within their orbit,
So,
right?
yeah. Exactly. Right in between the most fucking politically charged orbit currently, right? Between Eox and Triaxis. So, yeah, like, I don't know if the Vesk would be the ones to take over, right? I don't know if yous would think that based on the fact that it's discredited the Obsidian Star and Stewards as a point, right? So, it wouldn't be them. Like,
Probably maybe be the Sathans maybe or something, since they're basically doing the whole.
so yeah, the Kasathans are doing a very, very basic job of trying to maintain whatever like Absalom used to do, right? But ultimately, Triaxis is kind of being like, if you had the choice to like go dock with the Adari or go to Triaxis, you would fly to Triaxis. Like, I'm talking about a generic person in the world, right? Because you could dock and get out and stretch your legs and buy something at a stall and go walk in a park, right? And buy dragon merchandise. But you wouldn't be able to do any of that on the Adari. You'd be confined to your ship. Your ship would be serviced and you'd be sent on your way.
It's North Korea.
But
So,
with more arms.
more
Yeah.
arms. The arms race was
God, they're
one.
the cow, aren't they? They're the fucking cow. Oh no, I knew it. I knew they'd be here somehow.
Yep, sneakily
Very
hidden.
big guard.
So that's the thing, right? So the Adari are serving a function in, to the letter.
Server Man is a cookbook, yes.
Sure, yeah. To serve many people. Yeah, okay. Anyway, Simpsons jokes aside.
Just get some space dust. Hey, it was what was it? Was it Night Gallery or Twilight Zone first, right? Twilight Zone reference, I believe.
Yeah. I think
I've
Twilight
got that
Zone
whole
Survivor.
series. I'll need to watch through it. Anyway, sorry,
Yes,
I've derailed
back.
again.
Yes. So the Vesk wouldn't take over immediately, right? So discrediting Obsidian Star wouldn't work if you think there's a Vesk takeover publicly, right? The PR doesn't work on that.
It would be more of a discredit within the Viscarium as well.
Yeah,
I think,
like-
along the lines.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
totally take your point.
Yep, agreed. As we discussed as well, like if she was gone, he would need to assume until somebody else could be appointed, right? Just
We
like
need to weigh the same as a new.
yeah, exactly. Well, she's a
Better
duck.
than getting an Obsidian Star in his fold, basically. 'cause
Yeah.
you have the Obsidian Star in his fold.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
need, like
And like he'd probably find a way to like be the best candidate to take over, right? So
Life finds a way, I hear.
because then he would be the left
So-
and right hand of the Empress or the Imperatrix, as we decided.
And you can't have an empire without hands.
Correct.
So,
That's what the
therefore, it
Adari
would be-
and the Kasathans believe. So
even more important. No, I do feel none of this to me is remotely excluding him because yes, it would not be good for the Vesk and the Pack Roads to have the perception that oh look the Vesk secret services are running around murdering our cops, but equally it would be a bit of positioning within his own faction. It would be like well, they're not up to this job in the Pack Roads anymore. Put me in that position. I will do it.
And the Pack
I'll-
Roads is already weak enough to take.
Yeah, and the Pack Roads is fragile. How are they going to respond? They might not like it, but they're certainly not going to be the aggressor here. So I don't feel that sufficient to exclude him at all. I
Mhm.
feel like he's definitely still a strong contender, although you do make a good point that this clearly would not endear him to the Pack Worlds, and it is likely to be the first push to war, but he wants that.
okay, so if we had some kind of suspicion scale, right?
I can't
Yep.
can't speak English, sorry.
Right. So, how many Lycos out of 5 are we giving to Mogish?
Oh, 9.
I mean, I'm kind of the 4 or 5, but that's because I personally like.
Out of 5, he is 4.5.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
More of a
I
four
love
on him.
this.
Right. So he's a 4 Lyco, likely. Right.
Yeah, he's a 4 Lyco in the threat meter.
Right. So we'll pop all the Lycos over here for now. They can just sit over the suspicions. Right. Matva, right? In charge of the Vesk dodgy stuff division. Makes perfect sense, right?
Yep.
Definitely.
Then we've got Desecrate the Mogesh, possibly weakening his alliance in the Pact Worlds, gaining his position. So she becomes a cleric, desecrates him, and and I think I'm just going to put discredits as well.
So
You can certainly try.
here's what I'm thinking.
I definitely
in terms
did.
of that. Her pushing us to, or pushing Cap to go after him is essentially, to my mind at least, that is like what sets us in the path to discover this, right? I mean, that's sending us over
It's
to
pretty
this region of
sus.
space.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have an independent reason to be specifically investigating this, but it does kind of put these events into our way. So does she perhaps being an underhanded MI6 kind of MI5, MI6, whatever.
The MI5
Let's
with
go.
Roman
Let's go
numerals.
back to
So MI.
KGB. KGB.
SIS.
BBC. Radio 2. No, she is a sort of Stasi figure, a secret police, a Schutzstaffel even.
Oh my god, please get somewhere with this.
So this is the kind of underhanded methodology, and the kind of sort of nastiness, the viciousness that you might expect from someone in her position. So the nature of the incident itself, to me, is indicative that maybe somebody like Matva is the perp.
Yeah, she's basically the FSB.
Whereas it would seem at first to make the Mogesh less likely. I don't think it really does in the long term, but I would think he certainly wouldn't want to be seen to have done this. Because it's like if he's done it, he's definitely not going to want it to be attributed to him, because it does seem something that would not be up to Vesk standards of, honor and bravery.
Especially for him.
So,
Well, anybody, really,
A-
for Matva. Like, even if
bitch.
Matva was equated to this, she probably hung, drawn and quartered as well.
Okay. And also because obviously she's inclined as she's pushing us to look at it as she obviously knows who you run with. She's got that kind of information, and she probably has reason. She's probably quite informed. She probably knows what kind of stuff we're investigating. I think based on that, the case against her is actually there's not much there, but there's enough reason to be suspicious of her.
There's
Sandra,
no.
I think something that wasn't. I'm just going to put this out there as well.
Anne means.
Something that wasn't put in on her list was the fact that she did, as straight up as the Secret Service Vesk are gonna be straight up, right? But she did assign Zora to maybe assassinate Dmogish.
Hmm.
Right? Not with those exact words, but just keep an eye on him, report back, kill him. What was that? Maybe kill him. Yeah, because she obviously thought there would be a civil war in the Veskarium if Dmogish got his way. She wasn't super clear on what his way was, other than he wants to dismiss with the Swarm fight and take the Pack Worlds.
Wasn't there like mentioning him trying to like take over basically the Emperor role as well? Like, can't remember. There's something along the lines that he wanted to basically take over the Viscarium period. Like,
I mean, like, that would be inbuilt to the Imperatrix would be like, let's deal with the Swarm first, since that is an actual threat. The Pact Worlds is just a prize waiting to be taken. Right? So,
yeah, for sure.
minus the Bone Sages, right? That's an actual problem, the Bone Sages. So, how many out of 5 is the Matva then?
I just put this in.
Yeah,
just to
go for it, yeah.
The Matva scale. Like, we spoke about this maybe like 4 or 5 sessions ago, that Obsidian Star vessels can change their IFF, or that being like what they show up on, like radar, I guess.
yeah.
Like, why would they show up at this ship as an Obsidian Star vessel?
Yeah, they could choose not to. That's a good
Right.
point.
Like,
But would choosing not to actually dissuade people from being suspicious? I don't know. It is a good point.
I think just come up as generic vessel would be a lot more like effective for her, if you know what I mean. Like,
You're right.
right.
Yeah, it's a
But
bit.
is it
It's
the-
a bit
is it the double
obvious.
bluff, you
Hmm.
know?
Plus,
To
keep
show
in
your
mind,
true
right? Like,
hand and the assumption
keep
that
in mind,
they'll take-
publicly, the Vesk are the allies of the Pack
Yeah.
Worlds. So, I mean, while there is a lot of known things about people like the Mogesh, where ultimately he wants the Pack World, it doesn't mean to say that he's ready to go to war today, right? And the more people that can help him take out Bone Sages, the better. Because we know that is fun enough, the biggest threat to everybody in the Pact Worlds is the thing that will protect the Pact Worlds from the second biggest threat to the Pact Worlds. Right? So, yeah.
I think.
I mean,
I think
Zig,
the Lyco
obviously.
scale is a 3 for Matva.
Yeah, I've got a 3.5 for Mrs. Mossad.
So,
This is must-
so it sounded very much like she was going to be higher than Domogesh based on that conversation you said initially, but yeah, I guess if it's a 3 Lyco then.
I think 3. I think as underhanded and what have you as she is, as much as she seems like the type, I just kind of think Demogesh is better positioned to take what he wants from this. Like, if she actually doesn't feel like war is a good idea right now, because that's what an instantly this is going to send us hurtling towards. So if she is legitimate about her goals, and we have no reason at the moment to think she isn't.
Suppose the only counter to that though is, would Demogesh be blamed for that move though?
I mean, it's maybe, but regardless of blame, like, she doesn't think, as far as I could tell, she doesn't think the Viscarium can afford the war right now. Like,
yeah,
they don't. She doesn't think they can win it on both fronts. So it wouldn't really matter if it looked bad for her rival, if it, cost them the win. Because ultimately, I think the win is what it's about.
Yeah, but
this
for
was like an effective peacekeeping scheme.
the other thing I would mention is the Viscarium have eyes on many things that aren't just packed worlds, though. I would say that obviously,
there's
like,
that fleet. I can't remember what the name of the fleet was. But
Yes.
we spoke about it, like,
Yes.
I go again. I can't remember the name yet at all.
There's the Aslanti Empire as well, which is a massive issue elsewhere.
Yeah, there are shows.
Yeah, but that's like that was mentioned. I don't even remember how, like 30 sessions ago, 40 sessions ago. But anyway, but the Matva thing, if Demogesh got weakened in any way in the eyes of the Imperatrix, that improves Matva's position, regardless of what it does to the Pact World's politics. Zora knows that Matva doesn't really give a shit about the Pact Worlds. Like, whether or not she wants it conquered is irrelevant. Like, she wouldn't necessarily mind waiting, right? Because Matva is kinda what's in front of me is the problem, right? Like, she'll play the long chess game, but she'll look at the pieces on the board. And the pieces on the board are, the Bone Sages haven't disappeared fully. Obviously, their numbers have massively diminished. That doesn't mean that the Viscarium have a chance yet. And as I said, that is one of your biggest things in the Pact World's favour, is the fact that the first people to sign the peace agreement of the Pact Worlds were the Eoxians. And they are the biggest goddamn scary weapon you have, really. That keeps the peace. Never mind the swarm problem, right? Because you could probably guess that Demogesh really wanted a war with the Pact Worlds. He could probably have done it by now. If he wanted it, right? He could have pushed enough. He's got enough power, right? He is joint second in charge of the Viscarium, right? So, but yeah, so like, Zig, thoughts on the Matva scale? Everybody's voted 3 so far.
I mean, 3. Say 3 just to conform with the rest. No,
Because that means that everybody thinks that Matva is less likely than Demogesh based on that. Like, that means that people go.
I genuinely think
I
she
mean,
is.
I think she is as well.
yeah. Other than like she could be pushing, us in that direction because they both want that because they're both working together.
They could
And that
well
was
be,
the-
yeah.
I think Isabel said that maybe.
I said it too.
Probably.
It's
Yeah,
definitely.
that was part of last
which
session.
is on the cards. I wouldn't put it past her because again she is in charge of the Vesk dodgy stuff division.
And I would say that like
The VDSD.
Zora definitely got like a very strong feeling that Matva pretty much said, "Please kill him." Right.
Uh-huh.
Like that was pretty much what Zora left his meeting with Matva with. That was the vibe, 100%. And she even gave you the final hour to deal with. Like, think of that, right? Think how much resources that ship is for you guys.
Also, I can't remember how the name was arrived at, but there are some implications there.
Well, that was the captain picked that name.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Vulcan Cap.
Yeah.
That
So-
does make sense because obviously it followed naturally
Mhm.
for 11th hour, but I couldn't remember if in canon it was already called.
no,
that or
it
not.
wasn't. He
Find
picked it. Yeah.
The main thing that just makes me think it's less on Demogesh is this is counterproductive to her wanting this done quietly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like this is entirely counterproductive to her. I'm not saying she's not a part of anything because, like, obviously,
Yeah.
Demogesh
No means ruling her out. A 3 is very
Yeah.
much in contention.
Keep in mind,
I'm starting to feel
yeah.
a little bit more on the
Mhm.
they're working together to cause a war, and hiring the former ambassador to kill a high up, making him seem like a double agent.
Mm.
Yeah.
They just need to kill them both.
I like the idea that they look at the record, right, and they go, right, so what is, like, we've arrested Zora for the assassination of whoever, and or the attempted assassination of whoever. Let's look at obviously this clearly Vesk double agent who's now working with the Pact Worlds, clearly a sympathizer for the Pact Worlds. Let's check out what this is all about. And he just clicks back to, like, daddy daycare moment with Cece, eating cake with the crew, like getting
That
caught
doesn't
up,
seem very Vestarium.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it'd be
like good
horrifying.
evidence in the Vestarium.
getting caught
Yeah.
up in beads with the old man Guns' shop, like just all the random shit that has happened.
But
Why,
that would definitely convince the Vestarium that he's been Pact Worlds compromised.
Why-
he's
why-
gone native, yeah.
why is the only
Look at-
log on the 11th hour noted as it was a wormhole situation? Why is that the only thing he's entered into the computer?
What sort of best war hero is he having cake with androids and
Yeah.
humans?
Yep, exactly. And, the Ahsoka.
Yep.
Okay, right, so we got Mava checked out, right? Good, good. Why don't we do Babak when we come back from the break?
Back. Hey, must be
Hey.
if you want to come down.
Bye-bye.
So let us have a wee break. We'll do a wee come back at 9:10, and yeah, I know, right? We will be right back. Bye bye. So when I bring everybody back from the break, and you just see Ryan's ripped half of his hair out because of not coming back from the break so quickly. Like, wait, where did the other half of his hair go? Anyway, welcome to part 2 of session 73 of Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity. It's the 19th of October 2020, still, even though we've chatted for ages. Why do you think D&D is shit? Here are the players.
Hi, I'm Alex. I still play Weird, the android spanner boy, and I think D&D is shit for the following 69 reasons. I'm kidding. Just
Nice.
go and listen to the System Mastery podcast of the same name.
And hello,
Hello.
I'm Nico. And I'm playing Zora, best captain. And I don't particularly see D&D as shit. I just think it could be a wee bit more, role play.
Agreed.
Good evening. I am Colin. I will be playing Lyco Quint. He is your resident sneaky spooky altogether. Very, very serious. Space Cop, coast to coast. And I think D&D is alright from what I've played of it, and wish it would let me play an undead character with official rules. For
Agreed.
fuck's sake.
Hello,
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Callum, and I will be playing Zig, a mystical space rat from the sun.
She's like,
And
what,
the
you done
reason-
Valium? Like, what's happened?
The reason. No, just puberty. The reason.
Fucking hell. Okay, let's start again. Session 1 of Starfinder, the Fragments of...
I think D&D is shit because it is, and you should be ashamed for playing it.
Thanks, I play it twice a week.
Wow,
I was about to clarify, I played D&D 3 times a week.
Okay,
I've
so
played a lot of D&D.
let's
but I love
everybody...
D&D.
I've
Like-
played D&D 3 times a lady.
Yep, and...
At least
I wanna
3 times
clarify-
a week, you should feel
I
shit.
don't think D&D is shit. It's just not the only role-playing game in existence.
Correct. It is also not the
There's
best.
also this one.
Eyes!
There is Starfinder, alright?
Yes.
It's weird not saying the Fragments of Eternity
Why did
automatically
you
after
shout
that.
eyes?
And then he said lies. And then
Oh,
the...
that's confusing.
Don't you speak, Blaine?
Eyes!
So we've also got the fact that, yeah, D&D isn't shit per se. It's an amazing, as I described earlier, it's the best gateway drug into the hobby that is role-playing, because
It's a fairly solid dungeon crawler,
Yeah.
as it was invented 50 years ago almost,
and there was like,
as it continues to be.
and I stand by that there is like zero support for role-playing in any of the
It
rules.
is not a generic system
Yeah.
by any means.
Nope. And I think I have never ever been in a game that wasn't homebrewed. So
Yes.
whether the
No one
DM
plays 5th edition.
I
No
don't,
one plays 5th
and I
edition.
don't think anyone knows that. They are like, oh, no homebrew in this game, and then there's like loads of homebrew ever. And you go, do you know what homebrew means, buddy? Because
Yeah.
this is all homebrew. See that
Also,
moment you had an
skill
ability?
checks are-
Yeah, like skill checks. Don't crit them. Don't crit fail them. Also, see crit failing in D&D 5e, by the way, when you have fumble rules, you're making the game twice as hard. It's designed to be difficult.
Punishing fighters,
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
man.
punishing people with extra attacks. Statistically,
The
you are
idea
telling
that
fighters they
as
suck.
you become, yeah, it's idiocy.
Yup.
If you do that in a system that is not balanced around it, you're a moron.
Correct. If there's not an official rule for it, do not do it. Even if there's
I do it only
suggested
because my
rules.
players beg for it.
Yeah, like it's different if your
If they
table
want
wants
to hurt
it.
themselves, that's fine.
Yeah.
So Scott, who's in chat only, if you had ever
Nothing wrong
wanted
with being-
our opinions about D&D, there you go, buddy. We have more. Please don't ask for them.
There are
A
two
lot
threat
more.
classes to play, and that's Paladin and Bard. They're broken. Every other class is weak.
Even though arguably Druid should be the most OP
Yeah.
class in the entire game.
Let me
Too much
introduce
reading,
you
though.
to the Divine Soul Sorcerer.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, Divine Sorcerer is.
If
That-
only though they had hit points and AC, right?
Yeah.
If only they had that.
Like,
If
Um,
only
What you
we
want
could
is someone who
fly.
can do
That's
spellcasting,
good.
healing,
they
armor,
they can fly.
hitting. Yep.
Also, if you
Can
play an Aarakocra anything, they could all fly. So
Jeez.
so on that note, welcome
Also,
to part
D&D
2.
is just racist.
Yes, yes. So here we are. Also, Wizards of the Coast, if you want to employ me, I'm open to work.
Fire those other people first.
Yeah.
For your racist company.
I will take the race out of the company by not running anywhere ever.
And he doesn't mean that in a sort of Plainsy way.
No. No.
In case Disney's listening and it gets any ideas.
Wow.
So please stop making every single new setting book about Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
Honestly, Disney might be
Yeah,
listening.
Magic the
Star
Gathering
Wars is
doesn't
too
have a
different.
story. You might want you to think it does, but Magic the Gathering has cool card art and little nice bits of flavor text that some idiots who are determined to string a story together out of anything have sort of.
But Wizards of the
said,
Coast
"That's a
own
coherent
it.
setting."
Okay, they own it, so they
And they're
have
putting
to
it in
push it.
D&D, not into
Yeah.
Magic.
And they need to know this. There is no story. Stop pretending. People just want cool cards with nice little flavor text. That's all.
Like, I'm not
Half
against
stone
getting
for
more
nerds.
options for the players, right, from it. But yeah, I agree. I really kind of. They need to be kind of a bit more clear on what they consider like. Jeremy Crawford actually spoke about this recently. About the combinations of the D&D worlds, and obviously how like the Theros stuff and Ravnica stuff is like technically part of all that now, but it doesn't fit smoothly. I'm not saying it doesn't fit. It doesn't smoothly with the rest. But it does.
Of the options, just give me Planescape.
I can play as
Yeah.
an elephant man from a different setting, as a pyromancer from another different setting, but attached to that same set of different settings.
While being in a setting that
in
gives you
D&D,
electric magic trains, yeah.
Why can't I play as a fucking Forsaken, you cowards?
Or just a generic undead. Yeah, like why is
or
that
an
nothing?
orc who doesn't take an intelligence hit, you racist
Oh,
bastard.
they're
I was gonna say
removing that,
that's
apparently.
so that's
That
already
is
been
going.
that has
They're
already
removing-
been fixed. That's
Is
in.
that one?
I
They
don't
It's
mind. I don't
in-
actually mind orcs being a bit dumb.
Give me
because
2 seconds. I'll double
So
check
it's in Eberron,
based
isn't it?
on.
They changed that in Eberron.
So I don't know if it's Eberron. It might be, but I think it's Wildmount for definite.
Okay.
I definitely own that book. There we go. Explorer's Guide.
I'm not reprinting, but they're not doing a full reprint of the player's handbook, are they? So they're leaving all the race stuff as optional rules in a second book.
You mean the PC book? You could say.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm proud of that. I'm gonna just put it out there.
listen, I really held in some jokes earlier, and then you come out with that.
I know. I never said it was particularly highbrow.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it was. You know,
I'd like orc lives matter. Like
Yeah.
that's an obvious one, but I didn't do it.
Oof. No, I don't know. I think I was gonna say this. I think I said that. God knows how many sessions ago now. Again, that was a joke I didn't make a while back. Where it's like, is that too much to say? These lives matter. Yeah, I think it is. Where are we? Where are we? Here, I'm gonna see if I can find the orcs of this world and see what we've got. Races. Here we are. Blah 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 blah.
But did Thingy Bopper Volos not supersede that, and then Eberron superseded?
Well, no, because Volos came out before Wildmount.
Yes, Wildmount's a recent one.
Yeah, like.
Is it right? Right.
So
I
the
looked
newest
back
book
at the
is
fucking
Myths of Theros, right? That's the
Yeah.
newest one.
That was the one before that.
And I think Wildmount was before that, yeah.
And
Yeah,
now we're getting Witchy Lady.
we're getting
and
Tasha's
we're-
Guide to the Best Art. Yeah.
Tasha's
it's
got
good that
everything
all
because they
covers
don't have
the board.
fucking thesaurus and couldn't find another word for everything.
Yep.
You
Stuff.
already used that one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Shit.
Tasha's guide to stuff would be better than reusing
Literally,
everything.
Tasha's cauldron of stuff would be
Yes.
appropriate, right?
Or some things.
Or again,
Tasha's mysterious cauldron.
Tasha's mysterious miscellany would have been fine.
Yes.
Alright, yeah, miscellaneous a nice word. I
Well,
like
because remember I had
fucking
was it
amazing.
remember the book from 13th Age, Magic and Miscellany?
Oh.
Yep. See, it's a
Tasha's magic and miscellany.
yeah. Here we go. So,
Well, even the just book of format, that's nice and easy.
so
They
orc
use it at work.
traits, right? Orc traits, strength score up by 2, con up by 1. That's it.
Yep.
And that's the orc thing, and that's in the Wildmount one, which is
Just
also
return,
a surprisingly good book, by the way. Like I've read 0 of their lore, but their stuff, their like
Yes.
PC Player's Handbook plus stuff is good. Also, I don't know if it's like particularly kosher to be promoting our opinions of D&D on a Starfinder stream. So let's go back to that
It
game.
is kosher now. With
I mean, that is
the
what
new
Players
hand-
pay us for, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, us being the pioneer stream of the
That's just everything. Will introduce kosher D&D.
yes, yes,
Now reprint Player's Handbook and don't call these things optional.
yeah, like an 11th printing will not be a stretch, right? Because I get that they were happy with their 10th printing box sets, but if they gave me like see a book that was the size of the box set, that was just one reprinting of all the actual content to make a character,
Yep.
man, that'd be so good. An actual player's handbook, man.
And don't call the things that everyone uses optional.
Like, variant human is human. Variant human is human. There is no standard human. There
I
is...
am angry that Baldur's Gate 3 is using the base human. I understand why.
Ironically, not based at all. Actually, extremely cringe.
Thank you for your meme culture.
I am so sorry. I'm
It's-
31 years old. I have no excuse.
It's there's a lot of interesting choices.
Back from the break to
Yep.
stuff.
Just to keep going, just to carry on the rant. Yep. Anyway, so
This live.
let's move back to Matva, right? So everyone's happy with the rank 3 Lycos we've given Matva for the suspicionometer.
How sus is Wizards of the Coast, though?
I mean, super sus.
5.
5 Lycos.
I'm gonna just put this
Six
out there.
Lycos.
I still haven't been able to play this game yet. Like, I still haven't managed a game of Among Us yet. That is how sus the world is.
Okay, we need to get you in on one.
I've
Yeah.
actually not played it yet.
I
and
haven't played it yet either.
Right. So, so
I've spent
whoever's
so many
watching,
hours.
fuck it. We're just gonna play Among Us, and we're gonna talk about D&D. So,
I think
I
I've
honestly
been,
don't
I think
really
I've been
fancy them on
enjoying Gibbon stuff, but like I just keep on missing the train, and I'm like, oh well, I've missed the train.
back. We're back from the break. Finally, an hour later.
It's Back to the Future. We did that already.
Babak, it's almost an anagram of ACAB.
It is, but I was hoping you wouldn't notice that.
Fucking hell. So,
Dog tags is it's weird, but I think it doesn't say much. It's like, here's a reason to think about him, but in and of itself, it's not huge. But then
I think if anything, that would like not put suspicious on him. Surely he's a very smart man. He's like
Matt, we
like
did that
he's-
already too.
he's been like
Yeah,
almost perfect as an individual. So why would they do something
Yeah,
stupid?
so I'm gonna correct you
I
slightly there, Nico. Right? It wasn't almost perfect. It was too
Yeah, he's-
perfect.
yeah.
Too perfect. Yeah, he's too perfect. Like
Isn't-
maybe he's
uh,
actually just stupid as hell.
isn't
and
it
the rest of his
ironic?
dog tags are. Like,
You think a little too ironic, but no, I think it's it definitely is something that would make you perk up and go, Also, there is the fact, and we didn't mention it here, but like there is the fact of him having been the one that sent us on this.
Yeah.
And if anyone wanted this discovered for the sake of publicising this event and then going, oh, look at this, we need to do something about those big bad Vesk. If anyone wanted that, the guy who sent you to go and find out about it would be a pretty good suspect.
Fair.
And there's also, the fact that he's clearly not exactly comfortable with being edged out by what is ultimately a hostile army.
Yep.
And he could be trying to reignite a war that he knows the Vesk don't actually, as much as they might think or want, they don't actually have a winning hand in just yet. So,
Should we help
With-
him then? Strike first.
strike me down with your Jedi weapon. So I was quite pleased with that actually. What I
Yeah,
do
good
think is that gives him some motive, and it does give us some indication of involvement. So I'm gonna say that is a 2, because I don't see any particular reason to be suspicious of him other than, he could have been involved, I guess, and maybe here's a reason to, but it's not like, it isn't like here are a bunch of Vesk weirdly just here. Like, it's not that, And there is also the alternate explanation of, well, maybe it's a setup. So, I'm going to put him in a 2.
Are we
Everybody else
giving
says this?
any allowance for the fact that if it is a conspiracy and those are his motives, then we might agree with them? And want
I'm
to
not
be
sure
in
how that
But,
would
like,
figure into
so,
the scale.
I don't think that rules him out or is relevant to his suspicion level, though, is it? Because whether or not you agree with him isn't part of the scale. Yeah, I agree with that. So
Okay.
I think he can still be 100% responsible for this and still be something you want to help, right? Because this situation,
Yeah,
you
it'd
are left.
actually be a very interesting situation.
Because you are left holding a lot of the cards, right? Because you still have what can be assumed as the only samples of the weapon. ... Right?
Other than the bodies. Bodies and stuff.
So what's everybody else's thoughts on the Babak scale?
I'm going to stick with it. I would maybe even go as far to say as 1, but that's because I personally just don't suspect them.
That's
Well,
fair. You
like-
gotta suspect him just because I suspect him a little bit.
But yeah, like I'll give him a 2 because I mean, there's definitely merit to be suspicious. I just don't
Do we
know. I
know
just don't
that
know
he's
why.
not a grey?
He's a couple of greys
Free.
in a suit, yeah.
They do all sorts of mental projection and bullshit like that.
Wouldn't say he's too perfect. Could be a grey.
So do you want to add that
I
into
think
the
CC
suspicion
might agree with
list? Like,
Too perfect to be a grey.
Too ironic, yeah.
so right. So what about you, Weird? What's the Babak number?
Yeah, no, it's pretty low. Aside from my suggestion that he might be a grey.
1 or 2?
yeah,
Do you
actual.
think?
I'll give him a 2 because he's still a steward.
Okay.
And
And
I've just got an ingrained institutional suspicion.
we got Zig to cast the final opinion on Babak.
I think he's a 5.
He's just trying to throw suspicion away from everyone else. Zig is
Yeah.
tough.
Yeah, Zig is
Dude-
so sus,
dude's
man. We're playing
sketchy
Among
as
Us right now, man.
Yeah.
He's
I
just
want
a
to
Roger
I want to
stuff.
boost the Mogesh up to a 6, Malva to a 4, and Babak to 5. That's my standings
I
right
feel
now.
like you've rendered the scale meaningless.
That is what we expect from Zig, though.
Yes.
No, he's
Rendering the last 40 sessions meaningless. You're right.
It's not my fault.
That was actually something else that was maybe worth mentioning in the what happened last time was the players discussing maybe we should go talk to Ramasethu about fixing our what Zig has done
We
to
should
our
have
time
mentioned
travel memories bullshit. Because
So Zig revealed himself last session as well. What?
yeah,
I know. It's oh,
Right.
it was embarrassing, but
Yeah, and he's
Well.
basically fucked up 40 sessions RP.
So what do I know?
exactly.
No.
Not
So-
much, mate.
So
Like-
the very briefest blurb is like when you wake up from a dream and you remember how it works, but the more you think about it, the less you remember. That vibe. So most of what happened will be rendered that way. Like you'll think initially, oh, that time when we went. Wait a minute, where were we again? Right? It's like if you were trying to talk about the vault with a Escape, you'd be like,
It's like
yeah,
uni days all over again.
If you
yeah, basically,
so
yeah.
it's like there are known knowns, right? There are things we know, but there are also things we know that we don't know.
Like you know that
There are also
Himani.
things that we don't know that we don't.
So Himani, you know that Himani posed the "Go get me the head of the Drow Queen," and in the back of your mind you're like, did we do that? Wait a minute, no, we didn't, right? So
we didn't.
So yeah, right, that's and you
She's alive.
and obviously Zora and Lyko have distinctly seen her up and about, which makes sense. So of course you haven't got to that yet. So, however, there is enough rattling around, say, Zig knows, and there's enough rattling around Lyko's head suspicion-wise that he's maybe going to try and prod Ramasethu to help with that. And I said straight up, Ramasethu, if anybody could help you guys have all the bullshit timeline memories, she would be the one, 100%. Which was the reinforcement to Akaton plan. Anyway, so...
We think Escape died, by the way. We don't know about Escape dying.
Well,
I mean, where should have died, right? That's the thing, though, right? Now, but you have a lot of issues. You don't have the body because you put the body in the vault that nobody has access to now,
oh, for fuck's sake.
right? Remember that was put in the Queen's vault. So, but technically, is the Queen still in her vault? Because Lantaral will have access to that vault now, right? And keep in mind, when's the last time the vault opened? Castraval. You just haven't opened it since.
It's true.
And then Zig did his bullshit. I wanted to go to the sun, but ended up back in time. So Yeah.
It's funny.
The trick would be get Daramasetsu and then we can all just forget about what we didn't know we knew. And we can move on. So,
Yeah.
Zig, Babak, 1 to 5.
2.
Okay, a 2. Okay, cool. Any particular thoughts about Babak and the suspicion therein?
I mean, other than everything that's been said, I mean, the ID tags are pretty sus, but at the end of the day, if that's the only thing pointing to Babak, other than the fact that Babak put us there in the first place.
I was literally about to type that up, like, yeah.
I do agree, because when you look at it in isolation, it's a nice little bit of evidence, but it actually doesn't tell you anything. So, yeah, I do
I
agree
think
with
like
that.
ID tags on the Kivallari, like that's an R2 perfect thing, right? That's,
It is a
like,
little
if you
too
want
neat,
to
also.
be,
Yes,
like,
But then, like, given by his record, maybe that's his MO, right? Maybe he likes things to be too perfect that people can't question.
Maybe he likes to leave a calling card as well.
Maybe it's
But,
Maybelline. Literally his actual ID card. They'll never
Yeah,
believe I'm this dumb.
That's fair. We don't believe he's this dumb. It's working. He's played it all.
Yeah. Mhm.
And literally everyone we work with
Yeah, that's
doesn't give
okay.
us the full story anyway, so I don't know why.
That's
we'd
more
be
of my
We don't give
problem.
each other the full story. We have
Yep.
no idea what you're talking about most of the time.
Lyko would
You
bear.
need to
This is the most time
work
Lyko spent with the party, to be honest, as well. So.
Zig,
Disappears midway through the conversation.
Zig. Nope, no Zig.
Rip. Have we? Oh no.
Oh, hello?
Yep. Was there a question, Alex, for Zig?
no.
Okay. Okay.
Just enjoying the comfort of saying your friend's name. You know.
I had the fear that my brain just skipped something, like I just put bzzz for a second.
No, my brain skipped many things.
Right, okay, so Babak's a 2, right? Now, one of my favourite NPCs, clearly with the amount of screen time they've had, Tech Talanis.
Yeah.
So,
Big important character. There all the time.
yep. What's the thoughts on Tech Talanis then?
He is clearly up to bad things.
Okay.
It's very likely that despite the fact it is a very, very different style of undead kind of creature,
Mhm.
I could completely buy that they're researching non-magical ways to achieve some of their sort of magical aims.
Because keep in mind, they aren't all like magic is purely the thing that saved them, right? Because they were massively technologically advanced and skilled sorcerers, right?
And they
So-
could be doing it specifically for something like this, right? They could be doing it specifically because it's like this is maybe a method that they perhaps they can even control them without necessarily using, like, do we know command undead worked in them, right? And if you think if Zig can control them close up, even though they're not magical in nature, they're organic seemingly in nature. Presumably a bone sage could probably control them better and from further away. I'm inclined to think that they might be deliberately engineering undead that aren't magically created, so they could go, whoa, lads. This is a bioweapon. There's no necromancy here. What are you looking at the necromancers for? That's, you know,
So we'll
if we
add
want
this
to
in.
make zombies, we just cast make zombie.
Leave them.
And it makes sense. Like, it's a bit of plausible deniability, but maybe they can still control them.
So we're gonna put in undead experts into that like mix that I'll just dump in.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, okay.
Technologically advanced, as you say, even though they're necromancers, there's no reason to think that they aren't capable of creating high-tech bioweapons.
Yep, because the like the Illibrians basically built giant space gun, fired it at
Yeah.
the diaspora planet, blew that up,
Which,
and
to
blew
be
it.
fair,
Mhm.
I think that was really funny.
Yeah, and then it literally backfired and blew up their own planet to the point where they were like, "Oh well, we're fucked now." And then none of their tech worked to save them. None of their magic that was the legit over-the-counter magic worked, and they went, "Let's consult the necromancers," and that's what saved them.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
So just because that's what they're known for, isn't the only thing. They are like super high tech. Yeah, even if sometimes they occasionally rip up cushions and put the feathers from said cushions in their mane. Yeah, or plume. It would be
Simple
like a
things.
plume. Yeah.
Simple things.
High
Time.
tech doesn't have to be not weird.
Yeah, agreed. But then the high tech is
Mac
weird.
Cat.
Yeah, in this one.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, right.
So
Weirdos.
Musk for Bone Sage.
I'm just saying, if we could kill him with the suggested intent of bringing him back from the dead, not the worst thing.
I mean, yeah, I think. I'm saying yeah to that, I think. Anyway, so Tectolanus. Anything
Yeah,
else?
follow through on it.
Anything else about Tectolanus that is an issue?
Bit weird.
I can't think of it else.
I mean, obviously, in terms of suspicion levels, like, this has nothing to do with it, but like, Rama Sethu doesn't like Tectolanus, right? That's something you know.
I seem to, I think Lyco is definitely he was quite happy to follow the word of Amasethu. Quite happy to go in her word. He seems to trust her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying seems to trust her. Like I play the character obviously, but
Yeah.
I was curious about that.
yeah. But I'm not entirely certain. Like it's hard to say if I were in her shoes, would I think X or Y? But
I think that's like half the battle is trying to like work out. Yeah, it's like you aren't like this person, this entity of like who knows power or existence, right? Because the one said you seem quite individual, right? It's not just here's another evil wizard. It's what's this person's deal?
She seemed almost more of a mystic figure than a mental wizard.
Yeah, exactly.
Or creepy undead dictator sort of type archetype or whatever. She was very much like this isn't your dad's necromancy. This is something else. This is something a bit more mystical
Yeah,
rather
so
than
was
magical.
necromancy.
So I don't know. I'm not quite sure what I would make of her, but I think Lyco more or less trusts her.
Okay.
I think her manner as well, like nothing about her really suggested that she was up to anything to him. And I think Lyco probably puts a fair amount into his readings of people because he is very good at reading people.
I think you also like, didn't you try and sense motif on her, and it was pretty good.
I usually do.
I think it was a pretty good one as well, from what I remember.
I think so. I think I seem to recall getting a decent read on her. And
she was fairly direct though, right? Besides being a Ryan NPC, like she was pretty much a case of here is what I want you to know, and here is the portal going to the wire. There are gunshots outside. Yeah, but that seems like that was Zig's fault now.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
call Tectolanus. I'm gonna call him a 4. For the simple reason that I think his involvement with the Mogesh makes him more likely by proxy. I would have called him a 3 otherwise.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm gonna get a 3 personally.
right?
What do
Okay.
you know of his relationship with Demogesh?
What? Sorry.
Do we know
Well,
much about his relationship with Demogesh?
Just that they're sort of aligned temporarily.
Basically, aligned
So like
against,
Ramasethu said
Gideon.
that Ramasethu said that Tectolanus was using the Vesk, right? She was pretty upfront about that, and it would be pulling the Bone Sages into situations that she did not think the Bone Sages should have been involved in, and it's something that Sindael kept the Bone Sages out of, right? And that's why she was like, the rest of the Bone Sages will side with Sindael, but Sindael is gone. So they are siding with Tectolanus, who's basically the number 2, right? It's the Megatron Starscream problem, right? So she said, if you can go get the Electroencephalon, and we can get Sindael back, we can maybe bring a wee bit more order to that dynamic. But then, will that maybe just provoke Tectolanus into like civil war with the bone sages. Who knows? But there's
We
not.
don't
There's
need
like
your
what, 8 of them,
civil
7 of them, right? So it's not really a civil war. It's a dinner argument.
7 more.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is that they're all like army level threats themselves. So yeah, but you can at least say that 2 of those aren't going to be a problem, right? Because you'll have 2 of them, assumedly, if you get Sindel back. Beyond that, that's pretty much the thing you've been told from her. Babak had mentioned, obviously, that did he? In fact, yeah, I think he mentioned that they obviously had just been like seen together on Triaxis, and Matva mentioned it. Did she? Did she mention it? I'm trying to think that far back if that came up at this point or not. I don't think that happened at this point, but maybe it had.
Yeah, Zig.
I think so. I think Matva had mentioned it because the reason you went to Versus was because of the Absalom Station nonsense, and then you left Absalom Station. Sindel sacrificed themselves. Then during the Versus, that's when the captain was kidnapped by Matva, and by captured I mean like recalled officially by Matva. So yeah, I don't think she mentioned Tetlanis because that wouldn't have been 100% out there by that point. So that's about it really, just that they seem to be working together, and Ramasethu's not cool with it. So yeah, it's like somebody taking your place in a board game and making all the wrong decisions that you've been trying to set up for like the first 20 turns. So yeah, what about yourselves? Right, so we've got Colin says, or Lyco should I say, says 4. Yeah, go for it.
I'll say right. I'll say 4, right, because like when I think about it, Mel, like Demigesh and Tetlanis have basically got the exact same like roster of reasons, almost. Like they're both basically playing the exact same game against each other. Like
Yeah, they're in the same game up to the point where they both go like, and at that point they're not saying it, but we do X, Y, Z, and then we betray each other. Obviously, yeah, obviously.
So it's like the 2 kings on a chessboard sat at the side drinking together while everybody else murders each other on the board. Yeah.
mostly with the same motivations as well, because Tetlanis was gone for a bit of like a power move with the Eoxians, wasn't he?
Well,
That's
so
what he was doing.
he is technically their figurehead now, right? He is the one that he has the most agenda now, right? Basically is what Ramasethu said. He is the most proactive. As to what the agendas of the Bone Sages are, nobody knows, but Tetlanis is now out in public, travelling space and doing things with other nations and solar system people, right? Like, obviously the Vesk involvement's massive because the fact that Demogesh and Tetlanis are even talking to each other is huge, considering the Vesk opinion of the Bone Sages. And keep in mind, the Vesk aren't scared of anyone, except Bone Sages.
The Vesk don't scared of anyone. But
yes,
I think we have to look at it as like their likeliness is at least partly connected. Now you can disagree in how likely it is that one was involved directly over the other or whatever. But yeah, I think obviously others may differ. I definitely feel like if you feel that
this is why we're having a
Bogesh is
discussion
quite
though.
likely
Yeah,
to be involved, then he needs to also be at least quite likely. Like, I'm not going to say you have to go for a 4 because I can see very good reasons not to say that it's as likely as the Mogesh. Completely agree with that. But if anyone says 1, I'm going to insult you.
it's like it's more a case of what if they got to gain, right? I think is what you need to look at it. Like, what would their part in this even mean? So yeah, like a little bit weird. What's Weird's opinions about good old Techie?
That's what I'm saying. I think it's about 1.
Okay.
No, I kind of probably take some explaining in character, but I think the logic does fit. That Tetlanis is inherently tied to Dimogesh.
Like, I think, say from a technical point of view, like Lyco does raise a good point. Like, Tetlanis has the know-how to have done something like this easily. Yeah. Like, the idea of going, well, he's a smart science wizard, and he's hundreds, maybe thousands of years old, so he's probably got, and probably the resources to do it, right? Because keep in mind, like 100 and whatever, like 40 of them ruled the entire planet. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think I've got questions about their motivation. I don't necessarily see the motives doing
exactly.
it this way.
That's a big thing, right? So is
I mean, I could think of a motivation, right?
okay. Go
Like,
for it. Tell us it.
if we were to call this, like, even if we were to figure this was the Vescout, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, you'd be a fool not to say that the Tectalan has helped in the creation of said weapon. Like,
It would be extremely likely, I would think.
But then,
so.
if you've got like, let's put it this way, right? So that's assuming it's Demogesh, though, right?
assuming, yeah.
Not
Hmm.
Matva.
We need
Unless
to
you think
demonstrate
Matva is working with Titlanus to undermine Demogesh.
I
we
mean,
need to demonstrate Mogesh being the
Exactly.
motivator there for,
Yeah.
for Tectalanus.
And keep
Because
in mind,
if
he
we're
didn't,
preaching to
and he didn't need to
ourselves-
appear and say to Zora, like, by the way, here's my secret dossier on your life, and also here's my invitation. Come chat to me on my, the acting flagship. So,
like, I guess, like, a motivation for Tectalanus given, like, maybe the Vesk such a weapon is they can control it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a weapon that would
Exactly.
affect them.
and we don't
It's
know
a
if it
weapon.
affects undead either.
We don't know
True.
if it affects undead, but it creates undead, and therefore it can at least be partly controlled by
That's
them.
true.
But importantly,
I think the other thing to,
we
Don't
know
say
it
just
doesn't
seems
affect
to
I was gonna say-
affect
Quote,
So
I was gonna say,
like,
we don't
Even if it doesn't affect them.
actually know it creates
No, we-
undead. We just know it uses bodies of the former living.
yeah. What I'm saying is that it creates creatures which can be controlled through the abilities that control the undead. And Zig's done it, right? And
I mean,
it
has Zig
also-
actually done it?
Yeah, remember he did the command.
I don't actually.
Yeah, Zig, you did. You give remember the last one, and then it stood still and looked bewildered while I stabbed it.
Mm-mm.
Massive spider web. and
Oh,
really
actually,
twice.
that is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is something that has happened. So that was one of the things I was thinking. Based
Right.
on that, it's like, well, if Zig can control them at least a little bit,
Mhm.
at least give them commands and make them likely to follow, Tectalanus could definitely control them.
Here's another question then, building off that. Do I think Zig can affect a Bone Sage?
No, because I think that if it was that easy, if it was just like you need to have the, if you have command undead, you can control a Bone Sage, then they would all just have destroyed each other years ago because they would just need to cast punchers, cast walk off. No, it's not that easy. But
But I mean, this goes back to the nuclear option though, right? Like if everybody has nukes,
Yeah, I just think it's like there'll be limitations in how powerful that ability is, and it'll probably not quite go up to Bone Sage scale. You'll
'cause
probably
it'll be that Pirates of the Caribbean skit where they all pull their wet muskets on each other, right? Or their flintlocks, I should say. Only
I
it's
thought you were going to say the bit about the honest man.
no.
Not that bit. It's terrible.
So
Uh,
Tectalanus guys, right? So we know that Lyco and Zora are kind of in the same boat with about 3-4. What was Zig? What's Zig's thoughts on Tectalanus?
I would say 3.
Okay.
I was going to say 4, but I'm going to knock it down to 3 because it is purely based on the assumption that Demogesh is involved. So there is that
that's fair.
I think that's
that,
valid. Yeah.
that's fair.
requirement there.
We don't have
But,
that
you know,
weapons,
That's fair.
So
I think you're wrong. You're entirely right to say that.
so
Three guy.
shall we give it a 3 then overall?
I think three's fair because like we've not even got like all the points on Tectalanus in comparison to Demogesh either to like bump them up to the
Yeah.
same level. If
No,
you know what I mean.
absolutely
Like,
And I think Zig raises one of the best points is his guilt seems tied to Demogesh's guilt. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. The Greys. They're next on the list. So, let me start with Zig this time, just to be different. Zig.
They are both 1 and 5.
I'm in the same boat.
Okay, let me never start with Zig.
I'm in the same boat.
They they have probably nothing to do with it or everything to do with it. There is no like 2 to 4.
Okay. Weird? Your thoughts on the Greys?
I'm gonna give it 2 zigs.
2 zigs.
I don't think we've got a weird anymore.
I muted myself.
You
at
did.
the
I
headset.
mute myself.
You did yourself to speak. I've
Yep.
done that many a time. I've done that many a time.
All we know, that's why that song Colin was singing is definitely your song.
See if I still speak.
To see if I still
no.
speak.
What was I going to say?
So the Greys,
I can actually speak.
what's your thoughts on
Right.
the Greys' suspicion for this, the Kiva
I agree. They're entirely binary. They're either a complete coincidence or the cause of all of our pain. Going back to episode 1.
Imagine that was just one specifically pissed off Grey because you bumped their ship on the way to the, Baskerville research station. It just haunted you
Get a
since.
fucking invisible ship. Christ, what is this? The old fucking
Space
ship
is really
one?
big, okay? Oh dear. Also, if it was that, you'd have seen the Grey floating in space in their seat.
Yeah, but not if they can also go invisible.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. So,
Depends how the invisibility works. As
so
well. Anyway,
no one's pointed out a specific value that they feel like attributing to the Greys, so
Mysterious as
you
balls.
haven't asked me.
that is true. Zora, your thoughts?
I'm giving them a blatant one out of my own personal belief that it was sheer happenstance that they were here.
Okay.
But yeah, I can also see the point as because oh my god, like it could be the whole problem. But I'm just going to get a one. I'm going to get a conclusive one because I'm pretty sure I said it like I said something
Okay.
ago. I think it's just sheer chance we're here.
I mean, 0 is a value. You know that, right? Like, you can have 0 out of 5.
So
If you
go
want.
0 then.
Okay. Not to throw everybody's scale off right now.
Oh man,
You've
okay,
thrown
so
everybody's
0 or
scale
5
off now.
then. Sorry.
But yeah. So, is anyone Lyko? The
Okay,
Greys?
So, the Greys have mysterious super science, bizarre biology, no one knows where they're from or what they want. Unexplained super weapon kind of ties in with them quite nicely. They could be the source of it, they could be trying to investigate it. They're also their whole confusing mess of this. That's quite in keeping with a race who are known to use trickery, right?
Okay.
They're known to create the impression that they're just a figment of your imagination. They're known to hide their movements. They're secretive and mysterious and slippery and weird, and no one knows what the fuck they're up to. But whatever it is, it can't be good because it involves butt probes and cattle mutilation and sleep paralysis, right? They're dodgy, but no one knows how, why, or what. So yes, completely would buy that they might do something to do with this. But what the fuck it is, who knows? But I think that would explain why it's such a clusterfuck with no clear evidence.
Mhm.
Would be because the Greys are the kind of people who leave a clusterfuck with no clear evidence behind, and also the brain patterns.
Mhm.
They've had some sort of effect on the crew.
A mind-affecting
of the
effect, you could say.
Kevalaria. It does. Some sort of mind-affecting effect in the crew of the Kevalaria and so they're up to something with people's brains aboard these ships. That absolutely could be a coincidence, or it could absolutely be. So what I'm going to say is it's either a 1 or a 5.
Nicely done, Callum. Yep, nicely done. Yep, well done. 100 Starfinder points for you, Callum.
Yay! I win Starfinder.
Need 101 to win, sorry, buddy.
Oh bugger!
Need to add me a point, mate.
Yep. Thus
Okay,
ends
so
my
it's gonna
handing
take
out of...
me 73 sessions.
which is technically
like a
more than
million
one a
points.
session, right? So... There you go, buddy. Might win next session. So, yeah, I think that's a very valid point, right, Lyko? I think that's totally acceptable. Like, the Isabel and Shakos opinions of that would be, if they've never really had a plan before now, what would their plan be now? I think the problem is the Greys are very unknowable because of that, so
Yeah.
it's a tricky one. So I think, as much as we joked about it, I'm also in the same boat where it seems like a nebulous, constantly fluctuating 1 to 5, doesn't it? That's the gif of all of the options rotating through. You know, a 0 to 5, a 1 to 5.
It's definitely something.
So
Whether or not it's relevant, who knows?
But I think based on that, though, right? Based on that logic, there are more likely candidates, right?
Yes.
So
And therefore they deserve a low grade.
exactly.
Agreed. That's fair.
And that makes me say, I think guys we're at a 1 for them because of that. Because you can't rule them out because there's a lot of things that they could just literally the impossibility to narrow it down is the reason why they could be the chance that they're you get what I'm saying. What Lyko said, but briefer.
Wow.
So yeah, I think we're gonna give them a 1 since most people are like, maybe. Okay, yeah, that was good. Let us scroll down a little bit. I will just move the screen up and let us discuss the magical, wonderful Dragon Man.
So
It's an evil dragon.
that's yes, yes.
And he's known for enjoying goop.
Well, is he?
Well, I know
Well.
he enjoys goop.
You ruined history, so now we. Just-
Zig proclaims right now, this second, Manny really likes goop.
It's
Really?
very weird that you see him on TV with Gwyneth Paltrow.
Hmm.
Talking all that shite. Yeah, he loves goop.
So we just decided that
Interestingly.
he's that guy from Coldplay. Like, is it Chris
Martin.
Martin? Yeah. So is that Himani?
Dragons
Yeah.
can shapeshift.
Well, no, because they
He's
consciously
much more
uncoupled.
human than
Gwyneth.
See, to be fair, now that we've said that, Chris Martin isn't a million miles away from a young Charles Dance, is he?
No, he's not.
That's-
and also, I don't know. I felt like I had something else to add, but I didn't.
Okay.
Something inside, so strong.
So, the,
Okay,
the
Himani.
weapon.
Mhm.
Have we any reason to think that he would want it other than he's weird and he's got some involvement with Edgar, who's also weird and involved with arms dealing?
So
Does this seem like something that
the best thing is, right, so everything just seems to be around that phrase. That has been half of this game.
This is your fucking not quite subliminal messaging, right? This is like
That was a goal for so
Howdy.
long, and nobody seemed to want to take ownership of that goal, but everybody was behind it, yet not pushing
we
it.
just did more pressing things. It felt like, and then we forgot that we were going to do it.
Right, so anyway, besides
Because
that,
of the sake.
I'm going to point out as
It's
well, right?
Manny's survival tactic.
Here's the thing, right? Himani and Edgar's involvement was a direct correlation of you rescuing Edgar from the Drow Queen throne ship.
Which no longer happened.
It didn't happen. Zig remembers it.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I think I would like to also bring us back a wee bit in the past and let us all realise it was actually Isabel's idea to go kill Himani.
True.
It was actually 100%.
Really crazy.
Has some sort of involvement that we don't know about, and therefore can't reason off of with Edgar.
She done the exact same thing she done with the eggs, and was just like, we need to go fast, quick, let's go.
Hey, she was the 80s action movie, like a new character introduction, where they just burst into the screen. Everybody knows them, so that's fine, you don't need to know their name. They scream the next plot point, and then everybody runs to that scene. That's what 80s action movies did.
There's no time to think.
There's no. I wasn't. What was it? There was no time to explain. Was that the battle cry of Kestra? Yep.
Yeah, that was a famous line.
I'm going to just put in Ramessethu memory with that one in red because I think that's contingent on that happening.
I don't think thinking about it. I don't think anyone but Zig now has enough reason to.
That's why I've
actually
put that in
defend
there.
him.
Yeah, like Ramessethu memory
so I
problems
don't
will fix
feel-
it.
As the player of Lyco, that I can actually offer an opinion on that.
Okay. Does anyone have any opinions on that then?
Not really.
Okay, right. Weird. Any opinions on that?
I hate him.
And you
want
don't
to
know
kill
why.
him. But I don't think I've got a good reason
Mm.
to blame this thing on him. It's
Okay,
like
yep.
a 2 for me.
Like technically, Zig has cock blocked you from blaming him.
It's true.
Yep.
Oh no.
I know I hate him.
What have I done?
Yeah, like when you think about it,
Just
be like, I just
don't know
don't
why.
like him.
But I know why.
As I said, the thing that you three will remember specifically about Hermione is that a long time ago, Edgar did say, "I've got a job that you could go work, deal with him and his lost vault problems, right? Because the drow robbed him." So that's a thing that you will definitely remember, and you remember him stepping on board at the 11th hour in the cave with all the dragons when you were trying to get it sorted to go away again, and then he
I
stepped
remember
on
he was
board.
an arsehole about it.
He was very polite initially, being like, "Can I have permission to come aboard?" And then he was very much a.
He was.
To be fair, you and him and you and the bomb.
He
Yeah.
started ignoring me.
Uh,
He started.
rude to me. I had to do what I had to do.
How many of your NPC interactions in this game have started with "he was rude to me"? And how many of them have they ended with "well, I built a bomb"?
Did it solve the issue?
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if it did or not, because I think we haven't addressed the issue.
Did it change the issue?
It addressed the narrative moment. I think Hermione's a 0 by the sound of this conversation, guys. Unless Zig has an opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Zig would think of Hermione in this circumstance.
Then let's just move straight on to
Yeah.
our wonderful, most favourite NPC in the entire world.
5.
0.
Right, well, let's start with that, right? Right, Zora, hit us up. Edgar, what's the thoughts?
It's an arsehole. I mean, I don't actually suspect him at all in this situation.
Right, okay. Bold, I like it.
That's basically all I can see. Because I don't. He's an arsehole, but I don't see.
You're
Well, he's
a
MO.
bitch, but I love you.
Not really. He's MO, you know? It's not demo. I don't feel like it is.
Okay.
Too busy getting punched drunk on some radiation and
Yeah.
Daza.
What's the okay? So let's hear this. Right, what have we got? What's happening there? Hit us up, Lyko.
We think he is, but we don't actually have a clue what he's doing right
Zig
now.
does.
Zig might.
Zig
But we don't
does.
know his business, and
Zig does know what he's doing. We confirmed last session.
yeah, okay. But I don't know. This is all. I don't know. You know, I don't have a clue, and I'm gonna act on not having a clue. I think.
That's old school Zig. I like it.
Yeah.
I think that. So. He
What
is
are
a
we gonna say?
former arms dealer.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
And this is presumably fairly high tech, maybe experimental even bioweapon.
Probably the most
Maybe
highly
the
of
sort of
illegal things possible. Yeah.
Yeah, that maybe the sort of thing that only people in his kind of line of work could really know much about. His line of work, which by the way happens to a lot of it, the experimental stuff seems to go down in I don't know, a little region of space known as the diaspora, which I don't know if you've noticed, but we're right fucking next to. Furthermore, he's just a bad one, right? He's not right. He's not a good egg.
Well,
Asshole.
Not a good egg.
and there is a few eggs in this game, so we know.
And yeah, I think he's suspicious simply for the fact that it just seems like something someone in his position would know about, and we know, considering he was high up at Aspis, he's got to be pretty fucking amoral at the least.
And also fairly
you
well
know-
connected, right? Because he was
Yeah.
third in like
Or
terms of the building.
Capable of and not above accessing horrible bioweapons.
Keep in mind, the first thing yous were doing in the game, not necessarily for him, but
Look,
in the game,
look.
was delivering an illegal thing.
We have to make our money somehow.
Yes, it's true. Yes, but who knows what yous have
so-
delivered previously, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying listen, it was me that did the whole "we're not the good guys" spiel. That was my thing. But having said that, I do feel like we have to look at him as like, we know this guy has the capacity in terms of he can access this kind of shit. He'll have the contacts. If anyone can get their hands in this other than Emma, it'd be him. And then we have to consider, well, he's also just a shady fucking guy who is up to something and might be involved in everything. And we really don't know what his aims are, but we know they involve us. And look who got dragged into this bullshit. Right in the cross section of, I don't know, several other things he's involved in. I can't think of a solid reason to suspect Edgar specifically in this case. And yet I suspect Edgar specifically in this case. I'm giving him a 4.
Okay. Any thoughts about the fact that goblins were able to take him out?
Goblins were able to take him out. Yeah.
I've been thinking
Goblins
about
take
that
down
since
war
day
heroes
one.
all the time.
Right. Okay. So
Goblins,
let's
Goblins were able to take him out.
let's hear about this, Zora. You said you've been thinking about this since day one.
I mean, is this apparent like omnipotent creature that used to exist, or that used to be like a big part of the pact roads? Yet some goblins took him down.
Well, they tricked people into thinking they were gods. Remember?
They did, but they've still obviously got the know-how and the power to do that, right? Like,
Well, I mean, like the thing is, though, somebody with a lighter could be a god to like primitive people, right?
yeah,
So
I mean, it's the whole
On
goal
the
of
other
the
hand,
thing, right?
it's like we got next to him and we all like felt sick with dread. You know,
Mhm.
It
he's
does
clearly
mean that
powerful.
it does mean that they were like more advanced than everybody before everybody was advanced, if you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
so they've been advanced for a long time. Like,
But their advance might also be very different because it does seem to be, as it's been described many times, as a rainbow shadow monster.
I mean, he's obviously got his downsides as well.
Understatement of the game.
He seems to get like affected so much by like radiation and stuff. That's a bit of a downside, right? Like,
I mean, was he affected by radiation?
I mean, I don't know.
He was using it to hide, if I recall.
Right. I mean, that was a theory, right? Yeah.
His signal. Right? That's what we reckoned. Yeah.
He was looking a bit twitchy and dazzled, though, wasn't he? He was.
Was he?
Was there a suggestion that maybe that made him vulnerable or something? I don't remember
So,
that. But I mean,
I think so. I remember what Zora's kind of thinking of now. When he was talking to Zig at the noodle stand, he was tapping his fingers a lot and like randomly like going to reach for things that.
he was.
But like,
yeah.
that
Because
was
there was definitely like a drunk. I got like the feeling of him.
Nervous.
that was
ODing.
that was
was
later
just like-
revealed though. He gave up smoking.
Oh, yeah.
Well.
I mean,
They
I mean,
always
that's
say that.
convenient, right?
Mm.
That's like in the horror movie to explain why they were nervous after like such and such went missing. So, you have to give up smoking. I'm just jumping out, and I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, do you read into it as well?
I definitely read it into the fact that he absorbed light at one point with Zig, and then he's in a radioactive cesspool. Like,
Yeah, I think that's completely fair.
Yeah, like, I'm not going to argue with that, yeah. And obviously the Drow were able to capture him via goblins, assumedly, right?
He could have been vulnerable at that particular moment for reasons we don't know. He could have decided.
Might have
that
been drunk on spin. It is like spin,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. But it might literally just have been like, it kind of suits my purposes to be here. Like this is a way out. This helps my plan to take over Aspis by appearing to have been.
Or he wanted time off and his holiday time got rejected by Meng
Yeah.
Po. And then
He's kind of inscrutable, right? Menko.
Meng Po is the second person on the names.
Right.
On
I thought you
Aspis.
said Mengo.
No, Meng Po. It was Emma Meng Po, and Mr. Wesland. That was the three top names.
I don't know. I'm just deeply suspicious of him generally.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
true.
Weird. Your thoughts on Mr. Wesland?
I'm highly suspicious of him as an entity, but I'm not entirely. I've got nothing to link him into a larger plan.
I think that's fair.
This feels like a big plan kind of piece.
Yeah, that is fair.
On a 0 to 5 scale, where would you put him?
2.
Okay. Zig? 0 to 5?
As an Edgar sympathizer,
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. Talk us
an
through your
Um,
your Edgar simp chat.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're allowed
he
to
comes
be.
across
Yeah.
as an ass, but I think he's just misunderstood.
I don't think Zigzag had any specifically awful experiences besides being ripped through space and time and then running for his life through a vault.
I could
Yeah.
happen to anyone.
And yeah, I don't have any suspicion of him in this scenario.
Okay, yeah, so you think it's a 0, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's 2 for 0, really. Obviously, Michael, you were pretty high up on the Edgar suspicion scale. Makes sense as
I
well,
may have been
arms dealer.
overstating slightly, but I definitely do feel strongly suspicious of him, but I can't really nail down anything.
Okay.
That's all.
Do you want to put him on a generic 4 permanently
Yeah,
unrelated to this thing?
just as a baseline, he's up to something.
Right,
We
okay.
are suspicious of him for any event that happens.
Like, he is the first on the board. The actual board was printed with him on it. And everything's built around that. Okay, Zora? Your thoughts on...
He's a 4 outside of this situation, but I think I'm giving him like a 1 for this situation personally.
Okay.
2, we'll give him a 2, right? Because the whole he's a weapons dealer. By proxy, this could definitely be him.
I think this averages to a 2 overall then for everything, right? I'd say, really.
Very well.
I think so, right? Keep going though, Zora, please continue your thoughts.
That was basically it. I mean, yeah, he could have done it. Like, I just don't think he did do it. I don't see the motives for this for him specifically.
Okay. Yeah.
Could be wrong. I mean, this could be something that's not even on this list.
True, yeah, could be. Right, okay. Now, Zig. No, Zig.
All right.
Well, I don't suspect Zig.
Okay, right. I'll put you down then.
Much at all.
As your...
You put me down for a 0 on that one, yeah. Or all the Zigs. 1 for every timeline.
Oh god, I don't have enough of those. Right, so yeah. That's fine. I think we can safely say you're probably a 0 on this one. Yeah?
Definitely.
Okay. Right, who wants to jump in next out of the gang?
I don't think I can give Zig a 0.
Okay, good.
Do you know what? I'll be right back, and I'll come back once you've discussed.
No,
No,
it's good to know what they think of you. It's just healthy.
Right. Zig is erratic and constantly...
Oh, I like it. Erratic. I get it. Oh.
That wasn't
Oh,
it. Constantly getting involved in weird temporal bullshit. He's constantly... he just ends up places he probably shouldn't be and ruins time while he's at it. It's... I'm not saying Zig would... I really don't believe Zig is like some secret evil mastermind. Oh, but I do believe that Zig could accidentally set events in motion to cause some bad shit. Totally buy that. He's also in contact with Edgar, and I'm suspicious of Edgar at a generally high level. We've quantified it to about 4.
It's true.
So, I think there's a bit of residual suspicion that carries over.
Okay.
I can't say I'm entirely convinced that Zig is involved, but I can't say that I'm entirely convinced that he couldn't have accidentally caused it somehow.
Like a piece of chewing gum he put on a desk years ago has somehow ended up as a bioweapon.
Maybe something not quite as... Yeah, but like, maybe like he thinks he's, set a plan in motion, and maybe some other people involved in it have different ideas, right? Maybe he's being played, and temporal hijinks have ended up having some unintended consequences. Totally buy that. That's... I'm not saying again that Zig is the baddie. I'm not doing a dark Zig arc. Having said that, though, could buy him having accidentally somehow done this.
Yeah, valid.
So yeah, one.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
I'll say the same. I'll say it's like a 1 in a suspicion scale because it could have happened even without his knowledge, but Zora wouldn't think it. Zora wouldn't even probably wouldn't even come to his mind, like, you know what I mean? So probably 0 for Zora.
Okay, yeah, fair.
0 for Zara.
Weird.
Kind of like Lyco. I feel like if there's any suspicion, it's more of Zig reporting it on a cosmic entanglement level.
Yeah.
Like he bumped the
Rather-
table the dominoes were on. Not that,
Yes.
you know, he knew there were dominoes in the first place. Yeah.
He accidentally set this timeline in motion, leading to our entire deaths. I don't imagine this would be the first death plague that Zig has accidentally caused.
Yeah.
It seems like the sort of thing that he might accidentally knock over a vial in a lab somewhere,
Hmm.
and then wander off screen, and that's the start of 28 Days Later.
Yeah.
But realistically, it's I'll put him at a 1 for time shenanigans potential.
Okay, well, I think he does get a 1 then, based on that, because, you know, 0, 1, 1, I think that balances out to being a 1 on the suspicion.
Yeah, you gotta
Yep.
round up to 1.
Probably.
Yep. Right. And then our wonderful leggy, not so blonde, Emma O. And also Aspis. I guess you need to focus in on the fact that it's not just Emma, it's Aspis you've put down as well. So, who wants to start with that one?
I mean, they're arms dealers.
Yeah.
Like, rating dodgy equipment should get them up there pretty easily.
Fair.
They've got anything particularly specific for them on this, because they've been absent from a lot of recent events.
True.
You know, I feel like I put them in at a 3 just because diaspora arms, like dodgy biological weapons
Yeah.
stuff.
Basically, they would have like
The sphere
the
of influence.
acquisition options, right? I think rules them in. I think,
They would be seeking to acquire this if they knew it existed.
or selling it if they had it, right?
Yes.
The other thing as well is it's difficult to say that if Edgar's a 2, they need to be at least a 2 based on the reasoning you gave for Edgar, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
So they're at
Maybe
least a
with
2.
an extra point. Yeah, and I'm saying give them an extra point because they've got more.
Yeah, they've still
money
got the
in
resources, yeah. Any other opinions upon that, like Zora? Zig?
I mean, I would say the same Sigma 3.
Okay.
Just because they're shady as balls anyway. But
And Alex just basically said exactly what I was going to say, essentially. Like, word for word, what I was going to say. Like, if we get Edgar a 2, like, Aspis have got to be basically the same.
I feel like
plus
I
one
said
because,
that, but okay.
like,
I'll be Alex as
Like-
well.
I
Co-Alex is...
just mean, like, they've actually got the motive to still be doing these sort of dodgy arms deals, whereas, like, Edgar doesn't. And, yeah. Like,
Hey,
so,
man's got to
yeah,
eat,
that
right?
makes
You can't just eat egg radiation all your life.
Agreed.
well, more just the
That's how long he
resources, I
lasts.
guess, is more the point. The resources, because he isn't a part of Aspis anymore, and he probably doesn't have the same connections anymore. Like maybe 1 or 2.
Sure.
He's probably retained a couple of connections
yeah.
for sure.
Well, as I
There's
say-
no way he's
I was gonna say, like, keep in mind how big Aspis is as a company, right? They're like system-wide as a company, and he was number 3 in that office. Yeah. So yeah, that's a big thing.
Well, he's definitely still retained some of his contacts, but I just don't think he would have resources. Again, I just don't see why he would do it.
Okay, yeah, I think it's fair.
Oh.
I'll pop in our...
I can see why Aspis would.
I think we've got... Everybody was happy with a 3 for that then? Because, yeah, like, Edgar levels
I
of
agree.
same reasonings, but
I
also...
would add
and we-
one other little thing.
Please do.
I obviously people sort of mentioned it in comparison to Edgar in terms, but I want to say explicitly, MO/the Aspis Consortium do have reason to specifically fuck around with us, and this incident. Look, I don't think there was any doubt in any of the minds of any of these people, should they still retain knowledge of us, that we'd be involved at some point, right? I think considering where we exist in this weird sort of grey space between the sort of criminal and the
Hero.
yeah. We're sort of we're a bunch of a motley crew of morally grey go-getters with connections to literally every major faction in this galaxy and the Viscaria. Right?
That was almost from character gen as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they all know that this little group is gonna wind up.
Also,
involved
you
in
have
stuff.
a celebrity on board, a system-wide
Yes.
celebrity as your captain. Like,
They're going to. Everyone's going to be watching us, and everyone's going to be watching each other. And some of them will be much better equipped to do that. Aspa's probably better than almost anyone else. Because they don't have to really worry about enforcing the pacts, because they don't care. So their resources aren't devoted to fighting crime or keeping the peace. Nor are their
resources dedicated to...
resources dedicated. Oh, fuck me. Dedicated to they haven't invested a huge amount of manpower and resources other than that in making sure that if war breaks out they win. Like those things keep the stewards and the Vesk in the pack worlds and probably also the Eoxians busy a lot of the time. Aspis are just criming all day long, right? They can put every penny they've got to criming the shit out of us. So if they want to be surveilling people, well, they can just surveil whoever the fuck they want. They don't have to worry about making sure that they patrol the borders, or they need to take out this person who's been dealing in fucking doctor
Plus,
spin or something.
They'll armor
They don't need to do
they'll arm both sides of said border.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
Say that it's a big motivation for them. They've done well out of the Vesk Pact World's War, basically. Like they benefited from it, and they would benefit.
I think
from, like,
they're in
another
the
war as well.
best position of any of the groups to know who is in play and what they're able to do. And I think, given that, yeah, they
So,
would be well.
is it
placed
only a
to make
3
a
then?
play.
Or is it actually a 4?
You're actually talking
It
into
kind of sounds...
think
I was going to say,
it's a 4.
it sounds like you have talked this up to a 4.
Because who would be better placed than MLO to engineer a crisis involving a secret bioweapon, which could potentially implicate various different factions and potentially fuck over everyone? Who
Right.
benefits and who has the capacity? Yeah,
I was going to say, you're right with the... There's almost no lose condition.
Yeah, what does she lose from doing this?
I think that's
Someone's
true.
going to buy shit from her.
What was that, Weird?
There's no. While I think that's kind of true that they win from any catastrophe, they don't really need to be trying right now.
That's
cause a
true.
catastrophe.
Also true.
So, when you
I
say
don't-
that, though, that depends
no
unless they're
specific
behind a lot more.
True.
Yeah,
But-
it might actually be that they were concerned that things were going too well because of X, Y, and Z, and are therefore deliberately engineering. And so my false flag idea doesn't look so crazy now, doesn't it, guys? Yeah, you've talked me up. I think I'm at a 4.
I think I'm still at 3 just from the lack of specific evidence, but I
Okay.
think they should be under surveillance.
What is other people's thoughts then? Zora, are we up from 3 or are we still at 3? Are we up to a 4 with the...
In terms of like Zora's suspicion, I don't think he would think it. But
Right,
like, yeah, I mean, definitely the point of the benefit for it all is
Like
definitely a point.
resources, morally don't give a fuck, like kind of involved with the party in like various ways.
I also agree with Alex though that why would they need to instigate when there's already things instigated?
But then I think Colin raises a good point, though, right? With the if a conflict is resolving or escalating, that doesn't make good profit margins. Like it can be escalating, diminishing, or a result like just going away entirely, right? Like it, obviously having the Vesk and the what do you call them, the Bone Sages not fighting each other on any fronts is bad business.
At the end of the day, as well, it's probably the two players in the game wouldn't really need to buy for Asmus anyway. Like,
Well,
it's maybe
the Vesk-
10 other
I was
players
gonna
in
say-
the game
I was
to
gonna
do
say-
it.
But you know they would if they had something they
They
wanted.
would, but they don't. Like they've still got the resources to wage this war all on their own lonesome. Like,
Yeah,
they don't need to
exactly.
go into, like some dodgy like arms dealers to get their guns. Like, but there would be other people in the Pax worlds that would. And drag
Keep
the
in mind
rest
as
of the
well,
Pax
though, right?
world
Like,
in
keep
this
in mind if
big idea.
Demogesh wanted his troops armed with X, Y, and Z, the Imperatrix is like, you don't need those resources because like we need them for the swarm efforts, right?
Yeah.
So it does give motivation for Demogesh to give a shit about arms dealers within the Pact Worlds. Also, it's good PR for business in the Pact Worlds, right? Welcome these Vesk customers. So there is political, like you would know enough about that situation to know that's viable. If it was an ideal situation for the Vesk and there was no swarm battle, they wouldn't give a shit about Aspis, right? But also, Aspis aren't the but Aspis aren't the only arms dealers, right? Obviously, you've got they're just one of the biggest, or the most recognised, as it were. But you've got, because I mean, keep in mind they also like arm the stewards in some cases, right? So yeah, not for most things, but some things they can get that the stewards gotten a good deal for maybe looking the other way. You know, not every politician's good, so shock horror. But
A cop's a cop.
yeah. So based on that, like you know, like
All politicians.
a lot of Lantoral's drow efforts were arms deals as well, because Aspis did not like
True,
Lantoral.
And they are known as sort of pirates and arms dealers.
Yup. Very much under Lantoral's rule, they were pretty much, that's how they made their money, like reselling stuff
I
they'd
don't think
taken.
we put them in the board
Yep.
because I don't see what they gain.
Ah.
With Aspis, you
The
can
other
sort of
interesting
see-
thing is, right, so here's the other thing on that exact note. You don't know if this affects Shakos. The weapon.
True.
The one, air quote, survivor.
we don't. You're correct.
Just saying. While you're about to
Can't
rule out
actually
that,
say
yep.
with any certainty she wasn't exposed.
Yeah. I think-
Secretly,
We shows her.
Shakos is a drow agent.
Oh, she is a drow
I
agent.
didn't say
Like,
drow.
she's
I
just-
can't say drow. I feel like I just. saw
I know,
the mouth,
I
just
know,
saying
I know,
drow.
13 Days just ruined it, I
Drow
know.
with a hard R as well. Oh,
So,
drow.
but like, right, so, Aspis,
sorry.
I think I'm going to leave Aspis at a 4. I think you have talked
I
me up
like
to,
them in a 4.
I think it's negotiable, but I think it's as likely and as easy as the other things you have put up at 4. I think it is worth adding. I'm going to just put Lantoral Drow, right? Because I think that is something that maybe should be mentioned.
Yeah.
I think, is that, there we go, that'll do. I'll pop,
I get it, but I have a hard time seeing how they figure into this particular picture in a way that I don't with Aspis.
yeah, it's okay. I just think, I mean, I can even take out the Lantoral part and just put Drow if you want. If that makes it, I'll just put, where is it? / Drow, there we go. Because I think that's worth getting on the board at least. Because yeah, like that is a bit weird that. Yeah, I think that's also valid as well. Gains a lot from instigating the situation. You're totally right. Right, and we don't know if Shakos was affected or can be.
And I don't intend to find out.
I can't even spell effects. My God. So, yeah. Will we just chuck a 1 in the Drow column for now then? Since it seems,
I think
unless...
that's fair.
Does anybody have any stronger feelings about that?
Nope. Nope. One's good. Definitely room for suspicion, but I don't know much.
Because obviously we know that Shakos' stuff didn't quite line up with everything else. It wasn't a million miles away, but it was definitely just weirdly not completely in line with her immediate suspicion with the Vesk, and now she's flip-flopped on that. Be like, as much as I'd like to say that was an easy target, maybe it's too easy, ... Right, okay, so based on this exercise we've done, let's look at the board. But it kind of looks like we're looking at Demogesh and Aspis, doesn't it?
Yeah.
if we look at that.
Maybe both.
So, is there a... I mean, I like that Himani, out of all of that, was the one that did the best, actually.
I know.
Himani was
That's
less
really
likely
why
than
we-
Zig. Can I just highlight that? Less likely than Zig. The one
Probably
the
is
one
less
person
likely.
you've been the most focused on killing is the least responsible in this
Because
situation.
he's an evil dragon, and this is an RPG.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How very genreist of you.
Genre, they demand that I make nice gear from your bones.
So,
This isn't me. This is
my character.
feminism.
This is
Speaking
my
of bones, we need to speak about those later.
Yes.
just
Yeah.
We'll talk.
Loading
Right.
up his fucking sniper rifle, sadly shaking his head. It's what my character was.
That's actually what it says on the bullet. So,
That just reminded me that we need to speak about
Yes.
them later.
yes. Well,
We do?
see, based on this conversation we've just had, right?
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh,
So,
why I said that?
what is the plan now? Right? Because it kind of seems like you've got suspicions about Aspis, right? And MO, validly. And Demogesh. And those are the most the suspicious people. It's not ruling out the fact that Matva is only slightly less suspicious, or Tectolanis, right? But ultimately, if we ignore the less valid, like Grays, Himani, Edgar, Zig, and the Drow, really Demogesh, Matva, Tectolanis, and Aspis are all the ones that seem to be who you're pointing at least. And that narrows it down quite a bit, because that kind of means you're thinking maybe Babak isn't that likely. So that gives you a bit more focus on, is it worth phoning the guy, right? Because keep in mind, regardless of whether you... Right, so you know the Azure Flare is fine, right? You know that now, because of how good those rolls were that our wonderful mechanic gave us. So we know the Azure Flare is fine. We know the Kivalari's Drift Engine is a 50-50, right? So if you all jump to Akaton, your worry was that if we phone him in advance, we'll just be jumping into a fleet. But
Yeah.
regardless, if you go there, park up, and then you phone him anyway, what's to say he's not just going to turn up
Can
with a
I
fleet?
roll? And I'm thinking it would
'Kay.
possibly be Space Cop. Possibly would be Culture, actually. How?
We should all play
much
Drink
an
Along
idea-
with Starfinder.
I know.
Every time you see a
How
cop.
Culture
much of an
roll.
idea would Lyko have of what kind of standing force to expect?
Right? Okay. You mean like,
Because,
what, to arrest you?
well, no, not to arrest us, but like specifically, if something is up and like, say we turn up unannounced, what's going to be there at Babat's command if he decides things have gone pear-shaped and that, got to bring us down, versus how much is he going to be able to rally in the 3 days, say, it takes us to get there?
Yeah,
Like,
because arguably it could be
How
one
much
day, right?
difference is it going to make in what his
Also,
capacity?
see, because you're
capabilities are?
jumping as a group, right? The role, as far as I'm concerned, is to dictate how far apart the planets are at that particular rotation, right? So it's not going to be that if you all roll, you'll go, like, one will get 2 days, one will get 1 day, and one will get 5
Yeah.
days. It'll be the Drift Engine's roll, based on what their modifier is, and the first roll will be the dictation, right? That makes sense to me, because that lays out the solar system at that point, that roll. So if it's a 6, it's the planet's the other side of the sun at that point in time. So, because that makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense that all 3 ships would randomly have different distances.
To be honest, the whole drift system is a bit of a contrivance, but shot caller
It's
is a...
weirdly better than a lot of other systems. See, when you can wrap your head around why they did it. I wish they said in the book why they did it that way, though. Like, I wish they'd stated.
I know the idea, like, oh, it's where the planets are in their orbit, but
Mhm.
then it's like, so if you have a better drift drive, the planets are at different points in their orbit?
No, you can just get
like-
between those points quicker. That's the
Yeah,
difference.
that's the
but,
whole-
but that's the
whole
thing, like,
system.
if you've got multiple ships with different drift drives,
Well, that would still come into play, right? Because if one ship's got a drift
So-
true, you're going to get there in half the time. That's not.
Yeah.
You're still going to have to suffer that problem. I'm not changing that.
It's the whole an army goes as fast
Okay.
as its slowest member, basically.
That's it.
Just
But
whatever
like,
speed
yous
you
now
like.
don't need to do
Also,
that because
it's a Han Solo Parsecs question.
plus yous don't need to
Yes,
do
this
the.
isn't.
Well, remember yous were gonna have to like loop in the Azure Flare if you couldn't fix it, but yous don't need to do it now. Yous get 3 working drift engines. The problem is that Isabel said maybe the Kivalari will have an issue, maybe it won't. So that'll be a mystery until you just hit the button.
So
Or
I-
just mock her.
Yeah, so I want to.
Looking kind of sus,
I mean,
Isabel.
maybe I don't need to roll. Maybe I would just know. But I feel like this isn't necessarily information Lyko would be super familiar.
No, I
with,
think
but
I think the roll is good because I think that'll give me a better way of you fetching in all of the events that are currently going on because you'd know what to have on a good day when you worked for him, right? And I think
that just to make it as clear as day. What I want to know exactly is Lyko will be thinking, okay, we phone ahead. How much benefit does that? Should things turn ugly, does that actually benefit us, or are we just going to be like, if we don't phone ahead, there'll be far more ships we could possibly ever
so
fight.
the
and if we
reason-
do phone ahead, there's going to be.
I'll
one
tell you
more.
this straight away, like up front. To phone ahead, the benefit is he'll meet you there on time and you don't waste time,
Yeah,
That
oh,
is
yeah,
the point.
yeah.
right?
It's just a case of like, if there is an issue with Babak,
Mhm.
if we have been mistaken and Babak is really a
But
wrong
arguably, right, he's expecting you back anyway,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying, what Lyko wants to know is how does phoning ahead and contacting him, how much chance does that give him to prepare, and how much will it matter? Is it giving him some extra time to prepare, but if it went south, we'd be fucked anyway, so it doesn't matter? Or is it if we go there without announcing ourselves, maybe we don't get to see him immediately, but he has no time to prepare for us, and therefore we have an advantage? I mean, yeah, that's essentially my query. Is it going to help us if we don't phone ahead and we turn up and we're therefore able to catch him without a full fleet at his back should things turn south?
I think it's true what Ryan said, though. If he was going to shop with a full fleet, he would shop with a full fleet. And
Oh, but that's
going to
that's
go
part of what I
after
want to
this-
roll to see if I know, because like maybe the current standing is not that strong. So would a culture, would a space cop, or
assumption is, well,
it's
we would
more
have to go
space
by-
cop than anything, yeah, like for this.
space cop? It's a 24.
Right, so let's
Are we
unpack
doing
this,
it?
right? Let's unpack this a bit. So for the let's see if I can bring this up actually. 2 wee seconds. Steward ship. For
I mean, I
the
hope that Babak is the arrogant. Somebody is going to at least be a good guy, please.
Hey, so do I. So do I.
It's easy.
Please.
it sparks.
Michael is 100% hoping that he's on the straight narrow, and I think he is. I think basically he is, but there's something a bit funny there.
I mean, yeah, his record's too perfect, like we've always said, but I mean, I
And the
could just
dog
be
tags
publicity.
are weird. They're weird, but it does to me read more like someone's trying to stitch him up here.
I think somebody's
Right,
trying to frame
so,
him over
a 24. Let's have this. Let's have this talked out, right? Let's have the GM actually maybe weigh in an actual question instead of just musing. What you think? Babak current resources based on state of the system, right?
Mhm.
If he needed to, right, way back when none of this bullshit happened, when we didn't take to the universe of Starfinder and everything was beautifully in flux, you could assume he could have pulled every ship of the stewards if he had to, right? And it would take as long as their drift engines would take to get them to the location based on wherever the hell they were. So, arguably, a week to assemble the entire fleet at short notice, right?
Okay.
The entire steward fleet.
Yeah.
Assuming
which is-
there was
yeah.
not, so that's the official fleet and not the, for example, Kivalari ones that they couldn't just pull back, right? Because if they're posing as something else, and then there's a all points bulletin, then it'd be a bit weird. So all the official, what are they called? Patrol cars, right? It'd be about a week, right? Give or take, to pull out every ship. That's quite scary, right? That's why the stewards are good at what they do, right? obviously they lost a lot of ships, right? And I think like you were in like the steward's headquarters for a while, and like between like your chats with Babak and Shakos and just in general being there, you probably gathered that like they're maybe at 10% strength,
Okay.
which is pretty grim at that point. And that was the picking. It's not to say they'll stay at 10%. It's just at that current point in time when you were on Versus. In that moment you were in the office, 10% of what they actually had available is likely. So obviously arguable, vague percentages, but yeah, they ain't got nothing, right? They, like the same with. Keep in mind it was a lot of the Yox fleet that was fighting the Starship,
Yeah.
the Star City ship thing. So big deal there.
Spy.
Yeah. However, if based on like what you can imagine they've maybe pieced together since the time that's been since then, which it hasn't been that long, keep in mind. It's maybe been what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks since that?
Yeah.
Right? Like, well, there's been 2 weeks of Carhole since you got to Versus, right? There was at least 2 weeks of Carhole, I think. Might even have been a month, I forget. But there was a time sunk into that, and it's been like a week tops, maybe 2, since he's left Versus. So, what can he build back in a month, right? Keep in mind how connected he is. He's a high-ranking Pact member, right? Full stop. He is a civil servant, arguably, though. So his limitations on what he can do. But he's also Kasathan, so he's in a very good position. Perfect record, crazily. But you can probably think that he would be able to, when used, let's say you sent the message and says, meet us at X, Y, and Z, he could probably bring, like, minimum, at the moment, your best guess, anywhere between 3 to 7 of these.
Right, yeah, so that's more than we want to fight.
It's a vest ship versus some Polish cars, man. It's fine.
So that was if he had time to rally them, no?
Yeah, so if you phoned ahead, 3 to 7 is your guess, and it's not a good guess. I'm going to just put that out there. You know you're trying to work on if they had the ideal conditions to build. Because this isn't you thinking of them in 100%, because you know you could pull the fleet if it was 100%, right? If he had to. But would he though, is the other question, right? They are, like, you could guarantee one of these, right? Like if Babak is turning up on official business, he's probably going to be on board one of those, right? However, you also know that could probably do some very severe damage to the Vesk ship that you're on, but your Vesk ship wouldn't exactly just sit there and take it, right? Like your particle beam would mess that up too, and then you'd be starting a war, right?
Yeah, which would not be wise.
So that's a thing, right? You know that much. However, if he wanted to guarantee your capture, he was on your ship.
I think, like,
so he knows what you've got. He knows you have a Vesk ship. So he wouldn't just bring one, right? Hence why I'm saying your guess is 3 to 7. And your guess at 7 is because he could probably have got that many resources he'd be willing to pull back to get you guys, right? Because he knows he sent you after a second ship, and he knows what's obviously, arguably, that ship's capable of with its lasers and its missiles. Right?
So what then would he be able to rally without advance warning? We're talking 3 to 7 with.
As I said, I think I answered that, but I don't know if it was clear. At least one of those.
At least one. Right, okay, yeah. Alright, no, sorry.
Yeah, so with like 0 warning, regardless of when he's turning up, yes. And as I said,
one of them sounds like something we could definitely take, but
you have 3 ships. I'm just going to put that there. You have 3 ships, so
And even if the
One's a glorified battering ram,
yeah,
basically.
but
Like,
the obviously at the very least could be a distraction or a zig delivery mechanism.
because you mind you've got 3 ships
Well, we're
and
wrong.
3 microcraft, right?
Do I count as a
And,
ship?
I think
don't
so,
know if you
actually.
we could strap you to the top of the Azure Flare and then it's no longer a battering ram. Good idea.
To be
Like-
fair, Lyko would absolutely never use this against stewards because even if Babak was a Baden, his men are not responsible for his actions. But we do have an extremely dangerous bioweapon.
Mhm.
So we can punch
His
above
name
our
is Dick.
weight. Yeah, and his name.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'll give you like some info about that ship because a 24 is okay. So it's an A-Tech Immortal class, okay? A-Tech Immortal. That is the class, and I'll give you some rough stats of that, right? So why don't we, for this exercise, bring up
Chonker, actually. It's
the
pretty chunky.
That's big boy.
I'll bring up the fine lower, right? Just because I think it'll be good for comparative reasons, right? So for this, you've got speed of 8 versus 12 that you have with the fine lower. Obviously, this is arguable what the Kevalarii and all the rest have, right? But you get speed of 8. It's got a. Don't think you'd know much about the armor class or not, but if I look at the two and the tech level, arguably the same. This thing is tougher than this ship in terms of HP, right? That's it.
It's an A-Tech model.
The A-Tech Immortal is tougher than the Fine Lower, but as I said, you don't have specifics on this. You just have Lyco's, well, I kind of know how this is. You know, like knowing a cop car could probably be shot at on the side with a gun, but maybe an RPG is less desired. It's got really good shields. Like the shields are better than the Fine Lower by far. So it would take longer, but you have you have a beam weapon built into the front of your ship. So that's a thing. As for weaponry, it has a particle beam cannon. It's 3d4 times 10.
Ours is better.
No.
Oh, actually, no, it isn't. 3d4
No.
times. Oh shit.
That's a lot better average.
Yes.
Yeah, that's an average of what?
Well, the
What's
particle
average
beam can
D4?
do more.
2?
No, wait, it can't do more. That's a lie. No,
Average,
it's just
what,
better.
So your max is 60 damage, right?
It's 120.
And theirs is 160. So sorry, 120. Yeah, 20. So
Its
double.
average damage is probably.
So keep in mind 120 damage, and how much health does your ship have? 100. And how much shields at the forward?
So the average damage is probably about half it. So its average damage is like 60, say.
So you've got
That is
your shields are 20 at the front, and then you have 100 health. So
I can see us with the assistance of the other ships and our own abilities taking.
and it
down
needs
one
to
of
hit. You
those.
guys gonna say it needs to hit, right? But that's what I mentioned with you could mess each other up, but you don't want to be in that situation because these things are obviously these are the big guns of the steward fleets, and essentially they are the I don't know what the good example is. Like, but they're the generic ship that would jump in to solve problems. It'd be a season 1 finale ship, but it'd be like a season 3 commonplace ship for fights, right? So, yeah, these are big chunky boys.
I know what to compare it to, Ryan.
Oh, okay.
It's the Manos, the Gillian class Manos Grande. Right? When the Manos Grande turns up early in Bleach, season 1 of the anime, it's the biggest, craziest thing you've ever seen. By the end,
I think
you could obliterate millions of them.
like there's probably a better explanation, right? And it's probably just
probably not.
it's probably something else.
Bleach reference, right?
Yeah,
I like my Bleach reference.
yeah, me too. So, other things you'll know. Let's see, what else would be obvious for this? They have a heavy plasma torpedo launcher. That's a 5d10 weapon.
Okay, concerning.
Yeah. That's the thing. So the particle beam weapon's at the front. So if you didn't stay in its front arc, you'd be fine from that. But that's a challenge because you want to get out of its front arc, but point your front arc at it, right, for your beam weapon. The heavy plasma torpedo is a turret though, so that screws you over with maneuvering plans. Beyond that, it has about 60 crew, probably. Yeah. So they don't even need that many people to run, realistically, right? Any other?
I'm muted, sorry. So, I don't think one of them is out with our abilities to take down.
No, like if you've got reasonably good dice luck, you don't even need a lot, right? But reasonably good dice luck, where it was like normal dice, not like jank the GM's rolling really well or user rolling really badly. But if you got reasonable dice luck, and you were smart with your 3 ships and technically 6 ships, use as arguably like weird floating in space also, like yeah. And keep in mind this thing can mask.
We could probably board it quite easily if we really wanted to as well.
You would need to get past its shields.
Yeah, but if we dedicated enough firepower to just bringing down some shields,
yeah,
we have quite the capacity as a boarding party.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind the final hour is obviously a drop ship. It was not specifically designed to be a ship-to-ship fighter, but it's not without its own teeth. Obviously, it does have a lot of good weaponry on it. But yeah.
But obviously, we don't want to be in the position of having to have that fight.
Correct. Yeah. The dream is not to be in the fight with.
And even if we do
stewardship.
have it in advantageous terms, it could still go disastrously. And like, I just don't think we want that fight. Full stop. I don't think we want it.
Well, doesn't that mean that comes down to you tell back or you don't? Because then.
I think we tell back.
And
I'm going to say it in character.
Oh, sorry. On the plus side.
Let me double check this just to make sure. But we're faster than that, so even if he did show up, we could just go. See you later.
Yeah, because you have a drift 2. It has a drift 1. I'll give you that as well.
And we've got better speed and maneuverability and stuff as well, just outside of drift as well. So you could basically just fly away.
Maneuverability wise, it's the same.
Cool.
But like speed wise, use our
maneuverability suggests that we would
Yeah, so like so literally speed and maneuverability being 2 different stats. User speed 12, it has speed 8, and your speed's the exact same, average turn 2. But use of drift 2, it's got drift 1. Yeah. And as I said, for AC and TL, like they're practically the same. But this thing's health is chunk, and its shields are chunk.
I think we call it, because if he shows up with a combat vessel, like in the intent to kill, he's a bad one.
Not necessarily. Like he's the highest ranking steward. He's not going to travel in a bus.
Yeah.
It's true, but he technically did travel on a bus to the last
Yeah,
time.
I mean, that was a user, the most awkward people in the world to meet quietly. So,
it's true.
You're a space celebrity, and that is the only undead cop.
On a vessel.
Right? Like, the 2 people that are like, let's go and do the sneaky mission, were the most famous people in the galaxy. What? Yeah.
So, allowed then.
Yes, based on that roll, yep, back in the scene.
I should say. Where exactly were we in the conversation before? Let's just pretend we were talking.
Also, I'm going to give you another point of view. Like, the Kevlar is a tier 1 ship. The Final Hour is a tier 8, and the A-Tech Immortal is a tier 10. Just to give you a rough idea of what the game thinks about it.
Yeah. If we contact the head, and Babak expects us, then should things turn south, we don't really have a chance of, and forgive me for saying it, but finding our way out of it. That is the last thing that I want to happen. Regardless, if we if we do phone ahead, that is we. But even if we don't, Babak is very likely to be able to muster something that we would struggle to deal with no warning at all. I don't see the benefit of going in without warning him. I think we contact him and we tell him we're en route. We've got as much information as we can. We've recovered as much of the crew as we can, and we've recovered the ship. And any reservations some of us may have about him, and I raise my hand, say, it's weird. It's weird that his dog tags were here. It's weird that he has a obscenely perfect record, but it's not especially incriminating, and it does me. It rings set up, but I don't know that. I don't know that. That's just that could be the steward in me speaking, right? I mean, that's something that you carry with you, and might not officially be one of their number, although I am deputized, but it still influences my thinking. So maybe if I weren't who I am, I would think differently. But I am, so I don't. We tell him enough, and then we fill him in person, and we see how he reacts, and we see what he knew going in. We see if he was out holding anything back. The question, I suppose, is when we do get there, we speak to Babak. Who speaks to him? Myself and the captain were there when he asked us to take on this mission. Gesturing to Shakos, you'll want to be there.
She nods. She's like, I have to be there. This was my mission.
But what about the rest of the crew?
You're not going to cut us out, are you?
Wouldn't dream of it if you want to be involved.
It's probably easiest to do it all on the same page in the meetings, unless there's a reason to be, you know,
No, I'm with you.
sneaky about it.
Zig.
Oh,
Silence.
I think that's in character.
That's
Yep, it's still in character.
That is your name. What's your thought? Are you okay with this? Is this?
I think it's best we all stick together and
Isabel just like makes a noise at that, like a.
Shut up, woman.
We don't
And
need
then-
absolutely everyone to be present, but I would like. I
She
would
just-
like for you
she-
to be present.
She just puts her
also,
hands up and goes,
Isabel.
I don't mean that. I mean, how are you explaining the Azure flare? Just raises an eyebrow.
I
I don't know actually know if I know the context.
She
of that.
can-
I
she
guess
can-
Zora doesn't know the context.
it's fine.
Well, it's a stolen ship.
It's technically not stolen.
Yeah, it's
I don't hate it.
It's a blackmailed transfer of property. Yes.
she can stick around and we can drop her off in Akaton on the way, and she can stay safely away from Verces for the time being.
If we come ahead, there ain't no dropping people off. There's us dropping out of drift as a
I
group.
feel like
She
I
looks on.
guess that would mean that
True.
as if I would have to go a separate, jump separately. But
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's an obstacle.
I mean, why don't that just be the case though? Like, it's not. It can't defend itself if we jump into like a fucking carrier basically shooting at us. Then, well, maybe it's a good idea that a defenseless ship doesn't go in.
And nods. It's like, does anybody know this is your ship?
I would shake my head. Not that I know of.
So, It's just like any ship jumping into the orbit, right? As long as it's not too close. Keeps to itself, right?
We keep our distance and we drop in. Well, we try to drop back out of drift slightly further away than we might otherwise.
So what drift engine's on the Azure Flare? Because we have this on a sheet now, don't we?
I think it's a drift too. I think it's the same as the drop ship. Because I remember it being better than the 11th.
The 11th had a 1. The dropship's
Yeah.
got 2. I don't remember what the I feel like this is it's written on a sheet somewhere.
It's player Starship sheets. We've got one here. Oh, it's got nothing.
Uh,
Oh wait, it does have something.
I have something for it. 2 seconds. It literally still says the rich man from Castroville has a big yacht.
The rich
Um,
man from Castroville
let's
has
see.
a big
Where
yacht.
is the drift engine
It's a
listed?
3 drift.
Yeah.
Where are you seeing
Better
this?
than
Because
the
I don't see this. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, cool. Got it. Perfect. It is a 3. So technically, it's going to get there first, regardless, right? It could go slower if you wanted to. It could travel at drift 1 if you wanted it to. But it could also just get there first and technically act as a scout.
Yeah, I mean, it sends a message back telling us what to expect before we get there.
Also keep in mind that, let's say, this is Zora, not Zora, Zora would know this, but like, I think Lyko would think of this, that if Babak was to want to apprehend you guys, say he wanted to turn up with 7 ships, he could get somebody to do the maths between where you supposedly are and how long it would take to get there based on how long you are telling him to get there for, right? So he'd be able to time it because he could work out what your speeds and shit like that are and how quick he's got to where he's got to. Like, enough calculations could be done to guesstimate when you are likely to get to Akaton, but that's based on the final hour, right? Not the Azure Flare or the Kivalari.
Okay. That would actually be interesting then.
The Kivalari is a drift 1 before he's asked. That's in its stat block anyway.
So let's travel at drift 1.
In what though? Because obviously the Kivalari has to travel at drift 1. You in the
And
final hour can travel at drift 1 or 2, but do you not want the Azure Flare to jump ahead?
I think that's just I should jump ahead. It's at least forewarning about what we're jumping into at the end of the day. Like,
Okay.
Abad doesn't know anything about that ship. Was probably the one like sort of little tool that we've got to our advantage in this
I think it's-
situation.
The only thing is you won't get a message back if you're in drift.
Doesn't messages go through drift?
When you drop out, you get them. So, I mean, if he's got a magic way to talk to each other, he's maybe get that solved. Every day turns to Zig.
Zig is turning to his character sheet.
Zig Minor.
Do you see what I mean though? Right, so yeah, you could send the Azure Flare ahead, but what are you doing with that one advantage of you could put the weapon on the Azure Flare and thus if Babak captured the ships, you wouldn't be giving him anything, right? That makes sense? That's the only real way to like capitalise on that at the moment, unless you've got a way of relaying back and forth. Because you could send the Azure Flare first and delay your trip until you hear from them. You know?
That just seems counterproductive. That seems like the equivalent has got to Akator and Colin Babak.
Mhm.
Like that way.
Yeah.
Like, so, yeah, like,
Pretty much. Like, I think Isabel is on the let's go to Akaton and phone from there. Because then you have more room to play about because you can decide when to phone. Chakos is on the side of phone ahead first and then jump. Right? Because at the moment she's still like, my job's to report back, so why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah, I'm like that.
Yeah, and like, as far as she's concerned, she'd be taking the Kivalari, so the idea that meeting up with him at Akaton's the only reason she'd ever allow that ship to get to Akaton. Does that make sense? Otherwise, she's jumping the Kivalari to Versus in her head. that would be a reasonable assumption for Lyko to make. So what's the plan, guys? And where do you jump? Because I want to end this with where you decide to jump to, quite frankly.
I always vote Akaton.
So
About
before, like, phone or not phone, and then jump. What's the plan? So
I'm 100% on the phone train.
phone jump, okay?
I think that Zora's already basically. I got basically said the last session. If we can't trust my back, then we're fucked anyway. So like, we're going with the Kivallari up. Like, we're basically gearing the Kivallari. We've already put that trust in him. So phone first.
Phone jump, okay. Anyone else get any opinions? Phone jump or jump phone? Isabel and Shakos cancel each other out. Nobody asked Alice for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Or any of the other NPCs you have.
I'd be inclined to just go with whatever the captain's.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, that's still opinion, yeah. Last but not least? No? No opinion?
Who?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I already said Akaton's always my.
Oh
Okay.
no,
Alright.
lost an angle.
Oh, phoning. Sorry.
Yeah, so we're going to
Oh,
calm Babak
then-
first and
yeah.
then go, or are we going to go then calm him? 1 just gives you like a handful of days maybe to do anything before he
then
arrives.
calm him.
Okay, so it sounds
Calm.
like I think the thing is though, that wins out at phoning first, then jumping. Because I think everybody's like, I think that was Zora, Lyko, and technically Zig that said phone first, then jump. Okay. So who's calming him?
Not me.
We all look at Lyko.
Who was saying that? Was anyone saying that in character?
No,
So-
but I'm just
Like, Shakos is obviously sat there, and she's like,
I'll be looking at Shakos.
Yeah, and
probably,
it's
like
like-
arms folded, leaning against the desk.
and she's gonna be like, if we've
That's all.
all agreed that we're gonna loop him in on the plans first, I'll be on this message. I don't necessarily think this should be a conference call, but and she looks between Zora and Lyko. Yous were given this mission by him.
I mean, I feel like
This is to make sure that it isn't Ryan talking to Ryan as an NPC to
Yeah,
NPC conversation, obviously.
Yeah, nod to the others. So, can we have the room?
Isabel just stands up. It's like, fucking hell. Just shakes her head and just walks out.
That does bring me.
She walks up to she walks up to Weird, right? In fact, she's leaving, and she's like, "Coffee," and then walks past you as if inviting you for a coffee.
oh,
Alex.
everybody right there, man.
I'm scared.
Just be
Ah.
nice.
You're scared.
I don't know what to do with this.
I love it. So good. So
Oh,
good.
the smoothest.
Sorry.
Poor Mangy.
Thank you. That was good.
Oh dear. So yeah, I take you head off down somewhere
Yeah,
with
I'll
her.
head
Yeah,
off
cool.
and join her.
Zig. What's the plan? Just awkwardly in the
probably just-
background, like scratching himself while they're having this phone call. Yeah.
Yeah, just sit there. If nobody like looks at him and tells him to leave,
Mm-hmm.
maybe just kind of like, make yourself seem small and.
Well, I think Lyko pretty much did say,
unobtrusive.
"Can we have the room?" So
Oh yeah, that's true.
yeah.
I guess he'd just leave then. Actually,
I was trying to be polite about it. Maybe we need to look at you for a few seconds after everyone else is gone.
He's just staring, smiling, nodding, and he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, sorry, bye."
Yeah, kind of like
Yep.
mid switch behind the ear, like.
So you've got the bridge
Next.
to yourselves, right? Good. have the bridge to yourselves. Shakos programs in the dial-a-boss code, and I was like, it'll probably only be audio only this far out, but should work. And then obviously we get the do, and then it eventually connects, and it goes, Officer Shakos. And she says, Commander, I am reporting in from... And she gives like a code, which is like a bunch of random letters and numbers, XB7121. And he goes, I will secure the line, hold on. And then there's that horrible ka-thunk noise on the line, like an old-fashioned telephone. And then he goes, we are secure, proceed. She says, I'm here with Deputy Quint and Zora the Abyss Daora. And then there's like a bit of silence. It says, I am acting captain of the Kivalari, unfortunately. I will give you a full report as soon as I'm back with you. I am coming ahead to find appropriate coordinates for us to rendezvous. However, I do believe that Deputy Quint and the Abyss wish to discuss things with you.
Thank you, Jackass.
And yeah, she leans back in the awkward creaking of the duct tape chair to like almost like shrink back in the scene. As you are probably flanking her at the chair with the comm system open, and then you just hear the proceed from Babak.
Commander Babak.
Quint, it is good that you are intact.
I am pleased to report that I am. It's been eventful. Unfortunately, acting Captain Shakos is the only member of the crew I can confirm is alive. The full details are probably best discussed in person, but a number of very strange events have happened out here. We haven't been able to fully unentangle them all, but suffice to say, a number of the crew became in some way infected and are no longer on ship. Others may have expired as a result. It's not entirely clear. And there were also a number of possible weapon smugglers apprehended who do also appear to have died in the outbreak, possibly caused by their weapon. Details are fuzzy, but there are a number of factions involved.
Do you have any identification information on these potential weapon smugglers?
Nothing this far out.
Feel free to forward on the data if you wish it analysed in advance.
I will draw my data pad and can I just do that, or do I need to roll something?
Yeah, you can I think you can maybe look awkward and Chakos will just like slot it in and forward it on. Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
And then like that, just gets sent. Obviously takes its time and whatever because space. And he says, as for the debriefing, I think it would be best if the members of this conversation are present. I'm assuming this will not inconvenience you, since you seem to, with great luck, happened upon this distressed ship. And you can you don't even need to roll to know he's basically saying, I didn't send yous there, obviously.
Yes, Commander. it was very fortunate that we were able to recover the ship and acting Captain Shackass.
I quite agree, Deputy Quint. I would question this further. However, there is suspicion as to the secure nature of comms this far out and our relay stations. I will keep this brief, but that would explain why a Veska vessel delivered me the crew of the Kivolari. And I will end the session like we're going to end on that. Wabam.
Bye back,
Aye.
Sauce.
That's interesting.
What I'll do is, in fact, I'll add a tiny bit more, right? I'm going to add a tiny bit more, right? So we're going to unend that, right? We're going to end
Unend it or
Yep.
it live.
right?
Unending.
So we're going to unend that, and we're going to do a wee tiny bit more, where he's going to have the data, right? It would seem like these individuals that were suspected weapons dealers are all employees of a subsidiary of the Aspis Consortium. And that's where we'll end it.
It was everyone.
Intensely looking over to the captain.
Mm-hmm. We'll end on that bombshell. Yeah, so
When you say subsidiaries, I wonder if it's maybe a breakaway faction, perhaps.
so
That four sounded pretty good right now.
So it basically means that it's obviously not Aspis they work for, but clearly there's ties to Aspis based on wherever they work, right? Officially. But this is the IDs we're talking about are the unknown vessels crew that were taken on board initially. Remember from the captain's reports on the Kivalari? So they discovered an unknown vessel, took them on board, they had this weapon. They obviously didn't want to use comms to check their IDs out because it gives away their signal, and then all the bullshit happened from there. So those individuals seem tied to Aspis. And that's what you get from that. And Babak seems to have got the crew.
Which is interesting that they wouldn't just deliver them somewhere nearby, but would go back to Verces, which does seem consistent with them being Obsidian Star.
So, you can take from that what you will, but what would you like to call this session? Just
Sus.
Sus.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Among Us.
See, mine was
I
good.
like Sus, actually. Sus is good.
Yeah, because the other one was just.
Among Us if you want some views though.
It was pretty much just who did it, right? Really, was the entire session. But I think, what about kinda sus?
What about Sus State?
Like mandate?
No, like Sus State is like so it's like a fairly non-committal kind of, you know, dating app kind of thing where it's like, go for a Sus Date first, like, you know, something quick, non-committal coffee, rather than go for some full-on plans before you've actually saw the person face to face, right? To kind of work them out, it's kind of sussing them out, right? So hence
Okay,
sus.
I've never heard that term before. Interesting.
So, neither had I, but apparently the young people use this term, right?
No, we're moving away from that conversation. No, like yeah. So,
The young people.
guys,
Mate,
put your suggestions for names in the chat, and then we'll vote, and then we'll be done.
Want to know what young people consider a gaff these days? What's a gaff to use, for instance, right? What is a gaff to use?
Or if you came
it
around
can
my
be a
gaff,
place.
it would be you come around my
Yeah,
like
the
my
house,
house. Yeah.
or
A
a
gaff to
boss.
people these days is party. No.
No, it's where you
see how
where,
that develops.
but it's where you have a party.
It follows. It makes sense. Like you go from a party at your gaff to the gaff. Yeah, I can see
your
where
gaff.
the definition has slipped there.
Mhm. That is the same as Rapid was repurposed as Hunters as opposed to Fast. Right? That is a thing that happened, and that was at least 10 years ago that a lot of people started using Rapid.
What?
Yeah,
I have
meaning
not
lots.
encountered
That was.
today.
I did not like this when I discovered this, and I'm like, that's not a thing. He's like, it is.
Rubber dinghy rap.
Rapids of those? I'm like, no, it's not a thing, mate. Sorry. No. Anyway, so, names,
have
This
suggestions.
far and no
Further.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
at the peak when I reached young adulthood.
Yeah,
Sure.
agreed.
So like 4 weeks ago.
No was literally the best thing in all cultural history.
Evanescence.
We're alright.
Right, anything else, guys? Right, any other names of sessions? Because there's also no votes. So
You know what? I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to split my vote. So we can have the golden eggplant for kind of sus, and I'm gonna give myself the black eggplant.
nice. So very
I'm having tech issues, but I'm going for kind of sus.
okay, cool. I'll vote on your behalf then. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well then, Zora,
rock.
Zig. Oh,
Well, guess we'll go with that.
kind of sus. It's good. It's a good one.
Kinda sus.
Let me check that up.
Nice and zeitgeisty.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's good.
That's what we go for. Timely. That's why we're playing Starfinder.
Fuck off. I've tried. I think I've done pretty well with a system that did not want me to. So
The
There we
system
have it.
refuses to be played.
So yeah, there we have it.
One
Kind of sus. Beyond that though, right? I actually have zero idea what you think about the like the revelations, but we'll talk about them in a second. Goals. What happened?
Always believe in your soul.
Right, so Zora, your personal goal, configure the correct rankings for the crew. That didn't happen.
No, not yet.
Okay, cool. Do you still want that to be your personal goal for now?
Yeah, I'll do that in the trip
Okay.
Hackathon. That seems like a perfect thing to
Cool.
start.
Yeah. So we know that you're going back on the final hour. That makes sense. Perfect. Right, Lyko. No personal
I mean,
goal
the
is
second
slotted, but
one-
what have you got now?
I'm still
Play Babak at chess and question him profusely about his
Oh,
motives.
I mean, yeah, we could have the detective chat.
Do a walk and talk with Babak through the ship.
How about? Yeah, how about suss out Babak?
Hasn't no, because we joke about this every time, but it's still a general goal. Determine how involved complicit Babak was. It's still
Yeah.
a goal that we have.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
Have a think about that. Does anybody
uh,
have any ideas for Lyko's personal goal possibilities?
I'm very open to suggestions because I'm fucking stuck.
It's been like 2 weeks at least now. At least you've not had one. So yeah.
Has it been 2 weeks? I thought this was.
I mean, keep in mind you do have a whole list of ideas there as well, right? It doesn't need to be specifically.
Yeah, some of them are pretty
colour.
fucking vague though, and some of them are too specific to things that aren't.
You could always have the suit that allows Lyko's arm blades.
You know what? In the midterm, in the immediate
I was
term.
about to say that.
Yes,
There
fucking
you go.
yeah, we're doing
I was
that. We're
muted
doing
by
it
all that saying
live.
Still my
There'll
idea
be
again, man.
another- I stole your orange.
Vesk appropriation. Vesk appropriation. Okay, so
You're not fast
Weird
enough.
has established cybernetics business. Limbs are us, the body, whole, bone, brain, and beyond. Limbo. So that's still a work in progress, I think, buddy.
Yep.
Yep. Zig. Establish if Thanaida has access to the vault and persuade her to take me. Oh, I like that, a new ending. Oof. Oof. It's good. You're also muted. That's a good too.
Aha!
Now, it takes a while to work out if you're just ignoring me, not there, or muted, and I think I get it right most times.
Your new fan favourite section.
Yep. Yeah, it's just your
Yes.
vote. Yep. Could be a drink along as well.
Yes.
But yes, still happy to proceed with your personal goal.
I don't know what session you're on. I think I've completed it.
I mean, to be honest, given where you might be when, probably. Try not to think about that too
It was
much.
worth a shot. Anyway,
Okay.
yes, no, I'm happy with that.
Right, general goals. Anything happen?
Not yet. Not for the secure. I don't think any of these actually. Probably fixing as a flare actually. That's been
There you go. Look at that. An actual goal was done this session.
You're welcome.
So how close does that then bring us to repair fleet?
Kivalari would be the next one then, right?
Yeah.
And then that would be you sorted.
Not far. Not
Yeah,
far
just
off.
one ship to go, yeah. I think I'm going to put that in brackets in the repair fleet then.
Opportunity
Yeah.
comes once in a lifetime, yo.
I guess maybe once. I don't know why just make that go further away, but Maybe for the final hour as well. We're getting rid of the safeguards.
Well,
It's te-
yeah,
Well, that's. I was gonna say.
is gonna
That's
be the
another
day-
goal. That's another goal anyway. The safeguard, so that you wouldn't have to worry about that because like the ship will still work with them, right?
Mhm.
So I wouldn't worry about that. Plus, Alice has sorted that out. Don't worry about that.
She
Right.
totally sorted that, and she totally
Yeah.
gave us back a word for word. Like,
I fucking love that's some of my finest work, by the way. So good. Anyway, so have we moved the goal over? I don't see it having been moved over.
as a flare load. It's right now. What is it you do here? Is it add cell up or down?
So shift down.
Insert it
Yep. Nope.
down.
On the
on
on the goal. Yep. And then shift it everything down.
cell shift. Oh,
Mhm.
that was. What's that?
But you did it on the completed. You need to do it on the reintegrate.
right,
So undo and then highlight and then redo it. Yep. There you go. How many are used now? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you are 2 away from the level 12 jump we're going to go to. I don't know if that was said either last time, Alex, but we're just going to wait till we get 12 goals to get to level 12.
Okay.
I think even numbers are better in this now, and we're just going to ignore odd numbers for a bit. So
Because 20 level systems.
yeah, that's another thing we'll
Tedium.
throw into that, that podcast we're all basically doing throughout the random chats of this game. So yeah, it's like depending on how you edit the Starfinder Fragments of Eternity, you'll have various podcasts about various subjects. There's a movie review, there's a political opinions one, there's a how does lockdown feel, there's here's what's good and bad about D&D, and there's a
Here's
mental
Colin
health.
Slowly
Like,
turning all right.
so
Yeah, the mental health.
Well, hey,
so yeah, there's
Oh.
there's a good like 8 podcasts in this game.
the black pilling of Black Open.
So right, we've got another goal here. Right, general goals. What's the new general goal?
I just put in a suggestion. I don't know what. Something Ramasefu.
So this is the point now, Nico, that you might want to talk to Alex and remind everybody what you had talked about last time,
Oh,
right?
yes. How connected and attached to your dragon bones are you?
What are you thinking of doing with them?
Giving them to Bob for lots and lots of equipment.
Like in
Well,
terms of like Q-Bob, in terms of exotic deals, would probably give you a lot for the Dragonbone pile you could give them.
That's fair.
Like,
They're dragon bones.
But like that was something I think it was me, Zig, and Zora spoke about a bit post game. Was very much the case of the assets you have are crazy. Like you have like obviously a dimensional pocket's worth of dragon bones, which was significant from a very old dragon. And Q-Bob, while maybe miffed that you don't have any Eoxian tech to give him, might be very happy with the pile of dragon bones to the point where you might just say, "There's the catalogue." Right?
That's an intriguing concept. I'm not opposed to that.
And I'm as a GM, I'm willing to put up front. It wouldn't just be like a one item each bullshit thingy. It would be like you just could give me lists and I could like nod and disapprove a little, you know. But like it would be like that is a rare thing to get access to, because keep in mind Trax is probably, if you give him dragon mode, he's probably in more danger, but that's probably exciting for him. Because if the dragon's found out, he's probably dead, right? So,
which is also maybe a benefit for us because he's a fucking horrible human.
well, it means at some point you
He's
could always just say, by the way, Hermione, that's possibly your Maw's bones. He's got done, solved the problem.
Someone sold him.
Yeah, I don't know how he got them, or how we know where all of the latest Q-Bob merch,
One day, and I saw this gentle person. as well.
and everyday in tracksuits from Q-Bobs. Yeah, Q-Bob, make Akaton great again. Caps.
Why are they in tracksuits? Like
I don't. You mean like they?
Q-Bob
You?
with those Slavic.
Yeah. But anyway, that is the thing that we discussed, and we were like, that's a weird choice to really weigh on him since he has them all.
Yeah.
But it
I
is.
wonder how we can kill Hermione then.
I mean,
I think we probably should do that just in principle.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's been a goal for this long. I feel like we need to complete it, regardless of our feelings at this point. Like,
the final thing, the epilogue montage during the credits is Hughes versus Himani. It's like a reverse
eating
Guardians of the
cereal.
Galaxy 2,
Hey,
right?
Do you remember, Ryan,
Maybe.
how Angel ends?
Yes. I really
And
want to slay the
Kylo
dragon.
wanna slay
Yeah.
the dragon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. See, the scene for me is the
Second last line, I think, actually.
Guardians 2, the opening, when it's just a credits fight, because this is how commonplace them fighting monsters now is.
Yeah.
No,
Which is
that-
cool. It was really effective.
That was an excellent scene.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's
I
the
like
reverse,
idea
right?
that It's really detached, and we just turn up when Hermione's having his cereal and
Mhm.
coffee. We just go, it's nothing personal, and just
And-
shoot him.
And it's CC with a Walkman this time, just dancing.
at that point, it's like.
What are we
not
shooting
personal.
him with that's going to kill a dragon and what? Special
we'll have made a
beam
mega gun by
cannon
then.
or something?
No, you're
Level 20 bullshit. Like,
No, what's going to happen is you're all going to phase through his skin and just shoot him from the inside out. That's what's
Does
going to
it
happen.
get special beam cannon at any point?
I do actually get special beam cannon. It's actually. I genuinely get it.
Beam cannon!
Okay, I'm going to roll this back a tiny bit, and we're going to go. So you've got Q-Bob and Ramasethu are two angles on Akaton that aren't fix the fleet. Because keep in mind, Q-Bob might be able to help with parts, as well as the Dragon Bones could buy some gear
We
and
don't
parts
need
for the
to
ship.
Give him all of the dragon.
I'm gonna say that you probably do to make it worthwhile, right?
Okay.
Like it will be here's our pile of cool dragon bones, because you wouldn't be able to keep enough for him to have the carte blanche catalog moment.
Yep.
For you to you would need all of it.
Okay, I'll do it.
But that's something you can definitely discuss in character at that point. But I think it's good to have that player discussion first here, because that might change one of these goals. Then, right? That's
I
maybe-
feel, as a character, I feel like Dragon Bones creating an anti-dragon weapon is just. This is a magical setting, and that's the sort of thing that happens with magic, right?
Mhm.
Dragons are magic. If you want something to hurt a dragon, you make it from dragons. That just, to
Mhm.
me, intuitively, that works and that makes sense. And therefore, I'd be reluctant to give them away for things that we could buy with credits.
Fair. So, how do you intend to pay for your Let's Go to Eox armored?
Kill people.
Okay,
Money.
right, okay.
Or capture
But that's
them,
fine then. So,
or-
but that is time that you're paying
Yes,
with
that's true.
them, not just credits. It's like the Dragon Bones buys you time.
There's
That's
also
true.
more of a dragon back there.
That's the
Are
thing.
we going to be able to ask Thanaida for more of that dragon, or is she going to say? What the fuck going
I
on?
think
If
for the
you're
most,
asking-
I think for the most part, we had got him useful bits that filled the space effectively, but 100% was not the whole dragon. Agreed.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But is she going to be okay with us just?
If you want,
Lord.
She's a lot more
go
chill than
into
she was
use
then.
either.
I
Yeah.
mean, she's a lot more chill than she was then. But then, let's face it, a lot of time bullshit's happened. So which Thanaida really owns the dragon now?
I,
we can just
right.
claim
You get there and it's refilled. It's populated again. You're like, wait, what? The veins respawned.
Oh my god, yes! Just jump between server shards.
Yeah, just use Zig to fucking time hop, and then you'd be like, wait, we've got more dragon. But yes,
And
that
more Zig.
so that is an asset you have that you could trade to Q-Bob. Arguably, right? Obviously, Ramasethu isn't exactly a master forger of weapons, but she's a bone sage. Bone sages come with several credentials. Badass.
using bones for things.
right?
Bone
Oh,
sage.
oh. How has it just occurred to me?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we get her to resurrect the dragon?
Mm-hmm. To what end, though?
To have an undead dragon?
So, who's going to control the undead dragon? Do you just want Ramasethu to...
Zig.
Oh my god, I love... So first of all, Zig who you gave more suspicion to than Himani.
On one specific thing, and only because we knew he's buggered up some time stuff.
And you want to give him control of undead Himani mum, possibly grandmum.
How could that possibly go wrong?
I love it. I
At the
actually just
very least,
absolutely
it'll
love
be
it.
Ah.
hilarious.
Great plan.
Yeah.
Zig sweating on back of dragon bones, like just like, how did it get to this?
He's up to it.
I
He's
was
up to
like
the
some
task.
kind of pseudo orphan monk child, like.
We trust him.
Zig, if you want, I'll make a mecha dragon and fly along next to you.
Man, that'd be cool.
I seen I'm sold.
Hmm I mean, you could always arm. So here's a couple of things you could do with dragon bones, right? Trade as an asset to somebody you trust. Lol.
Yeah.
We don't trust
Try and
him.
weaponize them
Everyone else
yourself.
trust that.
Try and weaponize them yourself. Or you could try and outfit a ship in them from an armored point of view.
Fly them into Hermione.
How good are undead dragons in space ships?
Well, they don't need to breathe, so they've sorted.
Exactly. What
Flight,
are the damage die?
at least a D.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they're maneuverable as hell, right?
2 seconds. I'll just go into my GM handbook of what does an undead dragon versus a spaceship do. Let me just have
How
a wee-
did
a
you
quick-
not into? I'm surprised it took me long enough to
You're assuming I
this is
never
what
thought
happens
this
when
was
I don't
something you
play
would do ages ago, considering you are a necromancer at your heart. So,
Yeah.
but
mean-
then we had the, the lumberjack that is Nyx 5 at that point, just chopping away at the tree that was the dragon. So-
Admittedly, that. Yeah, but we didn't have our necromancer at the time. But now he's dipped into some necromancy. You know.
It's funny. I typed in undead dragon versus spaceship and it came up with an Eoxian ship
Nice.
in Google.
Yeah.
Fitting.
So, based on that, right? Based on these thoughts, so
We give the weapons to Q-Bob and then kill him. Take them back.
no, because
Intriguing
is
prospect.
like the problem with that is you'd shoot him, grease would pour out, and everybody'd throw up,
Okay.
and then you'd
take
fall
off and
over.
you can fall.
That's fair. That's like a very good plan for most
I am
situations.
okay with shoot him. I don't think it should be our first course of
Or
action.
strangle him with a chain while in a slave girl
Because
outfit.
keep in mind also, he is an arms dealer, and this is the other thing me, Nico, and Callum spoke of. You have 2 vials of red matter, and Q-Bob does like exotic weaponry, and
I'm not entirely sure. I'd be comfortable with selling it to him.
there's always Ramasethu you could ask about the red matter as well. But you can assume that Ramasethu would entertain one conversation. You can assume that based on she sent you off to do something. If you're coming back to like go, sorry, what was it he said we had to do? She's not going to be best pleased. But
Yeah.
she would entertain something that would be furthering the goal. But it wouldn't be, let me spend 20 sessions answering the questions to these people I have asked to do the thing I don't want to do. Yeah. But that could be weaponizing something. It could be like the memory problem, which I would say probably makes it the game easier.
Yes.
But yeah, there's a lot going on with that in general. So Ramasethu would at least entertain something. And her capabilities and resources are vague to significant, right? Because Bone Sage, yes. Not many Bone Sages left, so arguably knows a lot about all the secrets of the Bone Sages, probably, since she seems to be the memory keeper of them. And kind of parked up on Akaton, not really doing much, staying out of the way. But secretly trying to get the entire political situation of the galaxy back on track by making use resurrect Sindile. So, yeah. You could always try and put Sindile in the body of an undead dragon,
It'd be cool. I guess.
right? Because I mean, he was a big fan of being carried by legs that weren't his.
Like, I'm not entirely convinced that Undead Dragon Planet is a good idea. I'll be honest with you. I just think it would be fun.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a very cool idea.
That's a cool idea.
But what you do with undead dragon, or is it just another dragon problem? That's a thing.
Probably more of an issue than a need.
We're just
I'm-
reviving our bad
But
dragon.
where is that stopped
Walk
us?
I'm currently in favour of giving the bones to Q-Bob and then telling Hermione in
Interesting.
the hope that they kill each other.
That is hilarious. Is one reason to do it.
You could sell them to Aspis.
But
Just
no.
saying.
I'm against that.
Alright, cool. But
We
it's
have some standards. We
uh,
will work for them.
I was gonna say
But
there is also
We won't
Edgar.
harm them.
There's also Edgar, right? He is an arms, or was, I should say, an arms dealer, right? And was tied in some ways to Himani, vaguely, that you remember vaguely. So, yeah. So there's a lot of things you could do, right? Thanaida was an angle you were going to go for like the Dragon Bones at one point, but you probably can't do like planetary scale weapons like you probably want, you know? She's like, I built a scythe out of things with scythes for hands. So, Dragonbone carving, she could really make you Dragonbone daggers, but she probably can't do crazy levels of like, here's a dragon missile, right?
Dragon, yeah.
If you gave her carte blanche to go mind wipe a bunch of people, maybe it's a different story.
I'm not comfortable doing that.
Because, I mean, Q-Bob's mostly information, right? She mind wiped him.
That could work.
She'd be mostly information. Yeah. So, that is...
I do have some small ethical qualms.
I was going to say, you should, and it's good to have them. I'm going to put that out there, because it, you know, these are proper moral decisions that are...
But it's Q-Bob.
Yeah, I know. But then, it would then be Thanaida, though.
That's true.
You're building...
Really fat and
I was going to say, it's Drow Queen, right? So we started at Drow Queen with arrogance, we then went investment banker we put into that mix, and now you want disgusting arms dealer?
And now you want this.
Obsessed with the Eoxians as well. And keep in mind, some of those traits might go up with it as well. So build your own Thanaida might be a dangerous game. But it is an option, because she does seem to have the ability to just like take people's know-how. So yeah, leveling her up wouldn't be terrible, right? It would be questionable for the people she attack, because there's a small chance they don't come back from coma land, but that's fine. So yeah, what is...
It does worse on bus travel, so...
Fucking Bianca Fane, that poor extreme sports celebrity woman.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, it was the follow-up that was more off.
And
The death was
family
tragic,
that
but it was the
survived
follow-up was just so much worse. Because you're like, well, you've told that guy's brother-lawyer combo, right? He got messaged, and then Zig's just like, hello, I am this person. Fucking brutal.
Man.
You know what? As a panicked reaction, fair enough.
I guess I'm her now. Oh no. Why am I typing?
Accidentally caused someone to get shot in the head. Yeah,
I think
I
leaving
can
that guy on
understand.
the bus wasn't the worst idea. 'Cause now it's no longer our problem.
It was just, the whole situation was just, well, that happened. What? And nobody spoke about it for ages, and I love it. It's the moment a TV show that's like, why is nobody talking about it anymore? That was weird.
Here's a question, Zach. Did you
seems you're
stop
not
yourself from killing Bianca Fane this time round?
No.
Some things are fixed points in time. He specifically... So, he specifically is the one that made sure that guy had the gun on the butt. No, I'm kidding. That gun's the gun that CC gave Zig, turns out. Oh wait. Or is that too time janky for you? So anyway, goal-wise, you've got something Ramasethu. Is that going to be Q-Bob based or Ramasethu based? Or are we getting rid of something else to put in Q-Bob and Ramasethu?
Yes.
Okay, what you want to get rid of?
Noises.
I mean,
That's the original Vesk.
Probably not too right, because like 4 of them are basically like maybe even doable next session.
I'll roll for Alice like next session if that's still a goal, right? I'll roll regardless. Just remind me to, right? And we'll do it publicly, so we can see how well she did at her ridiculous spiel. But whether that's a goal or not is up to you guys. As for, because keep in mind that'll be a dice roll result. She might not manage it. Doesn't mean so you can't still try and ensure it. Ramasethu, Q-Bob, what are you going to focus on? Because it might be worth it, the team going to Ramasethu instead of just Lyko, right? because
I mean,
it was dangerous enough the first time. So is it
and
Q-Bob
especially
first?
if you can heal one memories. It
Mm.
would be a good thing for always to be there to get the. Oh yeah, we already spoke about it, but it
Yep.
would be that across the planet. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, she was able to detect that your crew were in orbit, so yeah, she's probably capable of doing it regardless of where you are on Akaton. But the Q-Bob thing's maybe worth as a group as well. For the let's all go get our stuff and drag it back. Also, freeing up the magical extra space device that Weird has is not the worst idea, because then you could fill that with your red matter.
Mm.
And then you would have it safer, right?
Okay, yeah, that's
True, forgetting that we could actually do that.
Mm-hmm. And also, technically, that's in theory almost weaponizing it, right? Because at that point, Weird could just phase through any problem, take out a canister, smash it, and leave.
I mean, sure. Seems
Seems
all
like
right.
an idea.
Yep.
It's only when you go in to retrieve it, you realise you've built 17 extra bombs that weren't there before, and you went, wait, when did I have time to do this? They're all crammed in
It's
as
the
well.
bit in the end of season 1 of Archer. Redundancy.
Yeah. So, there you go, right? Like, those are options as well, right? So, we've got something Q-Bob. Are we not doing Ramasethu then? Is that the plan? Is it Q-Bob first, Ramasethu second? Because all of it...
Q-Bob first and Ramasethu second, right? Because I don't think we're going to get all this done in like a one session anyway.
Honestly, do we desperately need to have our memory fixed?
Depends if you want to keep asking, would I remember? Because I can just not need to deal with that if you get your memory fixed.
Fair.
That sounds like a you issue.
I mean, it's not really, because it's used to argue about it, going, oh, what would I remember? Like, it's Zig's problem, really. Zig remembers for all of us, so...
It's Zig's fault. I wouldn't say it's necessarily his problem.
Oh no, it is, because he's the one that remembers in-game.
That is true, actually.
Zig
So, Zig,
remembers.
what did we do?
So yeah, I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, in terms of if you want to solve that, you can do that with Ramasethu. That's not a need. That is just an option. I've never once said you need to fix your memories.
I mean, next session, I highly doubt we even get to Q-Bob station. Like, so
well, it depends what you do, because you're phoning him to arrange to jump in time, right? And obviously we'll do a wee montage of what you did in travel, right? We'll work out the travel time and we'll get there. You can give me the nitty-gritty of the actual travel plan, and then we'll be there, right? We won't waste too much time on the planning part of that. We'll just be at Akaton. And then if you are planning to get there first, if everything goes on the, like if you reduce the crew right down, the Azure Flare can get there first and deal with Q-Bob, if need be. You just need to make sure the right people are on that ship, you know?
Q-Bob.
So, it's up to yous, but I think if you don't have anything else to put there in place of Q-Bob, I think that's probably fine, right? Yeah. So I think that's deal with Q-Bob, I think is the best phrasing for that, right?
Okay. Deal with Q-Bob.
There we go. Right. Wrap up chat time. Do you want to start us off? Let's go with Weird.
My favourite bit was one who was suspicious of everyone.
Has that stopped?
No, no, never stopped.
I thoroughly enjoyed our D&D ranting.
That was fun, I'm not gonna lie.
By our best attempts to stop and go back to the game. All we did was turn it into a stream of nonsense.
Yeah, like session 2, I think that happened.
Yeah,
probably.
In terms of gameplay, there wasn't a huge amount, obviously. I liked getting massive rolls, 2 crits.
Those are crazy good. Yeah, like I think there was nothing below a 30, I don't think. So
nothing below a 30.
Which is mad.
Like that crushes everything. That's I feel pretty good about the ship right now.
Good. Yeah. As I said, like the Azure Flare is peak condition, yeah.
I know this ship.
I have walked through its walls.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I am a 4-dimensional engineer now.
And one more, and you can play chess with CC.
Soon.
But are you a lion?
Best line in the entire show. Best line in the entire show. Anyway, carry on, please. Firefly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Am I a
I should
lion?
watch this
It's
sometime.
one of the best lines in it.
It's so good. It's so good.
What else? I like all our little, just our paranoid conspiracy theories popping
Mhm.
up. It's good to see how connected everything is.
I was gonna say,
So
for
well
me,
done, Matt
that's thank you. I was about to say, it's what I like is when you have this much to go on. I'm like, good. I feel like I've done enough at seeding the game that there's enough to actually have conversations about these characters, which is nice to see. Because you know
And you
sometimes you
drop the thing
get,
at the end that connects them all.
Yeah, right.
Hey.
it's like I know it sounds like everything's made up as I go, but some of it was planned. Some of it, okay,
I'll believe you one day.
kind of sus. I'm good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's good. Yeah. What's your opinions of Babak now? After that last moment.
I was doing a lot of dancing.
No,
wasn't I?
we're on weird. Okay, you wait your turn, Zora.
Sorry,
Yo,
sorry,
wait,
right.
Vesk appropriation. Vesk appropriation.
Mate, I thought it was a general question. All right, God's sake.
I was relatively sus on Babak. I was one of the more sus on Babak already, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's probably down to my own prejudices of goody two shoes authority figures. But no,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
You wouldn't say it's particularly moved you anyway.
I don't think so. No,
That's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
I was already more on the sus side, and nothing he said was.
Unsussable.
Yeah, nothing was particularly conclusive in either direction.
Oh, yeah, nice.
So.
Yeah, and that's one that, buddy.
Um,
Good. Yeah, well, Zara, you've segued yourself into this now, so I'll wait for you to unmute.
Aye, good call. Thank you.
Yep.
I was like 3 sentences in.
Sorry
It
again.
was just a nice wee like conspiracy theory episode.
Mhm.
But I enjoyed that. I mean, it's kind of nice to just sit there and actually just put the players on the board at times.
The thing is, I'd hate if I'd went and done this kind of basically a whodunit mystery plot, and then you went, okay, cool, it was them, bye, and that was it. There was
Yeah.
no talking about it.
For sure.
So
Dude, it indeed.
Do I believe that Babak just all of a sudden solving the case for us is 100%? No. Still probably no, just Aspis that's involved here, right? Like,
well, I was going to say, he hasn't really solved, because like, keep in mind, the only
mean, he's
thing he's
kinda-
identified, right, is the fact that the instigators of this weird situation were Aspis related. So the 3 people in the unknown ship, initially, the one that was in the log of the Kivalari, were Aspis related. That doesn't tell you about the Vesk at all. It doesn't tell you about, well, it kind of tells you about the weapon, right? But then Vesk shot with a lovely cubby case. Again, not that sus, but still.
Can I ask the obvious question as well? How the fuck does he know that? He doesn't know anything about the ship. We went out to go find out about the ship. How the fuck does he know about the Aspis people?
You sent him the data through the comlink. The ID data from the medbay.
Oh, right, I guess, right, fair enough.
Because remember, I said this very specifically, you had med data because they were like rescued from that ship, and then they were taken on board the Kivalari, and then they had medical scans, but they couldn't get IDs on them unless they connected with the steward database, which they wouldn't do because it would give away their position.
How
And
long
then-
ago? Was it just there that we sent the data?
I've never given time frames for any of this nonsense, and then I can be pulled up for my inaccuracies.
Because that's an awfully quick answer.
Yeah, but that's why it wasn't a video conversation, it was like a voice-only comm as well, for that reason. And I wanted to throw that part in at the end because like I was wanting it to take a reasonable amount of time for that to have happened, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay,
But
right, so I just read
it
too much
doesn't-
into that.
It doesn't rule out the fact that it doesn't rule out that he might just have bullshitted yous. Yous could get back and scan the data yourselves. But remember, that would be using Shakos's details or hacking it to do it behind his back. Right? None of that, because remember, you were going to do that, right? But then Shakos like, let's not do that, please, because I can't be part of that because my job's hard enough being, a dark elf. So, yeah. So that's why you haven't done that yourselves yet. But there's nothing to say you can't get to Akaton and then just do that anyway without Shakos, right? Hand her back to Babak and then be like, alright, cool. By the way, let's just double check that data. Bam, bam, bam. These guys work for Greenpeace in space. What? It's... yeah.
Hitler.
So anyway, anything else there, Zora, with your suspicions on Babak?
I mean, the actual me just hopes to God that he's actually trustworthy because we need some friends.
You do have a lot of friends.
We do, but they're all unscrupulous.
Their scruples are lacking, I would say.
It looks at crew. Wow, damn.
We do have some good friends, yes, but like
You hired a bunch of reprobates to start.
Yeah, this is originally your fault, really.
I mean,
Hashtag Emlins.
yeah. I mean, I did, but it's fine. We're good friends now, and we need some more because, yeah, it's powerful people that need to get their asses handed to them.
I also love that for this entire Kivlari arc, you just have the Drow Queen, the long lost Drow Queen, and Shakos, and at no point have you went, by the way, we've got the long lost Drow Queen. You should go say hi. We've talked about it, but we've never actually had it in game, and I love that aspect. It was like, wait a minute, the whole time on the other ship, that's cool. I've enjoyed that little
What if
side.
Shaka's not anything about her?
Right?
I'm more at the point. I wonder if Farida's just got to get off utter royal on her instantly.
Just starts making out uncomfortably with her, like we don't know. Tonight is weird in a really different way from everybody else being weird.
It's true.
Especially Alex.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Anything else, Zora?
That's it.
I
Please don't
like
be a good guy.
like.
So,
Lyco. Also would like very much for Babak to be a good one. I again, yeah, it was late on the actual playing the game, but we didn't come here to play RPG games. We came here to talk shit. So that was fine.
I just put this picture up so we can
Fine.
justify meeting, right?
Yeah, it was good fun. Good fun just chatting shit about the game, and we did sort of put things into action in the game too. We didn't just fuck about. I am apprehensive because Lyco does still have some degree of doubts, and I personally have no idea. But Lyco is not mentally cleared Babak just yet, and so I think we could be walking into something dangerous. But then that's not to say that that would be even immediately dangerous to us, right?
You had a very good idea though to do your space cop thing and actually roll, being like, what would I expect? I thought it was a very good call, personally. It's like, what would I expect?
I was just trying to think mentally. For me, there didn't seem to be much benefit, so I was like, well, how would Lyco look at this? And
that's why I was like, you're right. It wouldn't be a role for you if everything was fine with the stewards when you were in what's the word I'm looking for, immersed in it. But because of how much has happened since, that working out would be the role justification. So it made sense for the.
Fair.
Yeah, and he did. As I said, it was a very good role that you did as well.
Right
So
that I would have to roll for it.
Yeah.
No, so that was obviously there is still sort of a degree of concern in the back of his head, but we shall see. And it did seem once again things did seem to work out just a little bit too neatly.
That seems to be Babak's superpower, though, doesn't it?
Matva has just brought the people in.
He never actually. So I'm going to say he never.
Say Matva.
He just said Vesk. He did not clarify who.
Absolutely correct.
Yep.
True. Fair.
It's also not It's also not necessarily true that they would know, because it might just be, well, here is a hospital record, and it was just a bunch of Vesk that turned up.
Best probably wouldn't ID themselves as being
Obsidian Star.
Yeah.
Yup.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Okay.
again, I apologise.
It is late.
No, I do think like there's definitely a distinct possibility that something fishy is going on there, but I'm certainly not convinced of that. I'm certainly not convinced of that, and I do think that the Aspis involvement, yeah, that could be because it's easy to blame Aspis, but the reason it's easy to blame Aspis is because it usually is Aspis. It's right. It's blaming them because they're usually to blame. It's not just blaming them because they're unfairly stereotyped. No, they are. They are exactly the bastards.
I'll throw in my 2 cents on that as well. Is if I was a player in the game and I had, like, let's say I was just Isabel in the game with you guys. It's not the GM side of it. If I cut all my GM knowledge and push it as far away as I can, realistically, still knowing it. The idea that, yeah, Babak's record's crazy clean. We have suspicions about him. We don't want him to be suspicious, so ideally that's a head in the sand as long as possible moment, so we don't need to deal with that. And the captain wrote in Vesk. The Vesk turn up and then just leave the weapon is weird.
It is weird.
But then how easy would it be to hire 3 people that work for somebody that Aspis owned to do this anyway? Just pay them enough money to frame somebody for some reason, because Aspis are to blame, and then would you care? Right? So, but that is the hyper-suspicion Isabel mode, right? Of, it doesn't
what
actually...
keeps sticking Lyco is that it could be anybody. We haven't been able to conclusively rule a single soul out yet.
Including Zig.
I was always yeah, including Zig.
I wouldn't say especially Zig, but definitely including Zig.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I agree. There's a lot of plates spinning. Some of them need to start smashing, and then we'll see what one stays. But yeah, anything else, buddy?
No, I enjoyed getting the gang back together. It's unfortunate again this session we didn't have the most actual RP, but
I mean, I still think like we still had everything. I would say not everything game relevant, but like most of it was game relevant. I would say, like
it
is
was
all
sort
progress.
of like talking out of character about the game. So yeah, it was very much game relevant, but it would be I mean, next time we will get in the whole game all the time.
Yeah, good luck us.
Sure we will.
Thank you. Then Zig.
I rate this.
So first of all, right,
6
I don't
out of
think
5 Lycos.
I don't think you did it. Okay, I'll give you that. Right, I don't think you did it, buddy.
To be fair, he knows.
I don't think
so
I
it's
did it
not fair.
either. I'm being wrongfully sussed.
No,
That's
I
okay.
think their reasoning is on the money. I just don't think it's 100% going. You probably did cause it without knowing though. Like, I don't think that's a stretch. But yeah, sorry, carry on, please.
Yeah. Do you know what I really liked? Sussing everything out. It was very nice.
Plus, I think sessions like this are useful when we've had a slightly dispersed cast for the last couple of sessions.
Yeah,
We're obviously,
definitely.
like, for those at home that were wondering about the Alex v Callum off-camera feud, we have managed to resolve that since.
Blame it on Alka.
How dare you?
And the institution of marriage.
To be fair,
Yeah.
you could also just blame the whole Olka, Emmeline, Aspis, weapons, maybe, on her as well. Why not? She should have been on the list.
I'm not blaming her for everything, but I want it to be known that Ryan clearly is.
Yes, how dare you, Emmeline Daly? How dare? You are the reason.
She's got a nix from us.
She's also the, possibly the end boss. We'll see. It's fine.
I mean, she is in my life.
Oh, that's
Wow.
sweet.
Like-
Sort of.
Aww.
Like, it's definitely something. Yeah. Sorry.
Emotion.
Yeah. So,
Oh, that's something.
Zig, please continue.
No, I think that's like I enjoyed it. That was it. That's all I've got. I mean,
I love that. Sorry, please continue. No.
Hey, he's allowed to tell me when he's done. That's
It's a strong
allowed.
response.
That's
It's
part
good.
of your wrap up chat. You're allowed to say, "Okay, I'm done now."
yeah, I'm complete. I'm finished in both game life
becomes a
and
gigabyte. Yep,
Real life.
real life.
it's a
I'm
destroyer of
desperate need
timelines.
sleep, so.
Okay.
I
That's it.
also need to.
I was gonna say, I think that's a good finishing note then to say, well, thank you for playing, everyone. I look forward to
Thank you.
just destroying your fleet as soon as you open fire on the Attack Immortals. And
I don't know what I just said. I'm sorry.
like, goodbye, everybody on Twitch, I guess.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.